Welcome to J is for Justice podcast. If live breaking news and following true crime is your thing, then please consider subscribing to my channel. And if you like what you see in my videos, please consider giving them a thumbs up. Hello, lovely people. Welcome back. Don't adjust your sets. I'm working on rearranging some, and I'm not sure I like this. You guys are going to have to let me know. I don't know. I think I need to position it a little bit different, but I am working on it, so that's why we have a different... This is live, John Gone Girl. Live. We all survived Christmas 2023, guys. We all survived. So I hope you guys had a great Christmas, actually. I had a good Christmas. So I'm ready to move past it, though. Like, it's done. It's over. I'm good. Now it's time to ring in the new year. So if you want to join me on New Year's Eve, I'm going to be going over some of the craziest Simpsons predictions for 2024. So we're going to be doing that on New Year's Eve. I think everybody's glad. Yeah. Welcome all the loungers. Look at you guys. Hello, Casey, Meg, Flo, John Gone Girl, Kendo. What is up, guys? Are you guys ready for a live of a watch along of the Ramsays? That's what we're going to do tonight. Kind of chilling and just kind of going over yesterday's video was, what's up, Kimmy? Punani, what's up? But yeah, we're just going to watch some of these interviews. I have a couple. This is going to be, the first one we're going to watch is the very first interview they did with the media. So, Yeah, you can get crunk. You can do whatever you want, Aunt Pulley. Potato's in her car driving. Be careful, Potato. Honey Hush is a Ramsay supporter, so we're going to have our work cut out for us, guys. We have a few people that commented on the video from yesterday, and they're like, nope, they didn't do it. We have some people that actually believe them, and it's intriguing to me. I want to know why you believe them, why you believe you must believe the intruder theory then. If you don't believe they had anything to do with it or had any knowledge, then you must believe the intruder theory. So we'll talk it through. I'm going to start playing Patsy and John Ramsey. This is an interview they did with News 9. News 9 in Colorado, Denver, Colorado.
On national television this morning, he said that you were hiding behind your public relations people, your attorneys, and now you were hiding behind easy journalism. He specifically said, why hadn't you talked with Peter Jennings and Tom Brokaw? Your response, Mrs. Ramsey.
As a woman, I am appalled that he said that. I consider Barbara Walters and Katie Couric to be one of the two most professional, experienced journalists in our country today.
Yeah, that's a remarkable comment. We specifically decided to go with Barbara Walters and Katie Couric because they are tops in their field and they're tough. And we didn't want to be criticized.
Oh, okay.
For not being challenged.
Hold on.
They were open-ended interviews.
I have to correct myself. They did an interview with Good Morning America or something like that, or Barbara Walters, and they were criticized because people said that Barbara Walters went easy on them. Punani, I agree with you. The guy that moved away from his wife, that's so weird. And Aunt Diane, that is not off topic at all. That would be totally on topic, and I think it is not a good idea either. So they're talking about why they were criticized about just going with Barbara Walters versus someone who asks more tough questions.
No time limit, no restrictions. They demanded and got from us the right to ask us any question on camera that they chose to ask.
We're not hiding behind anyone.
And let me say one more time, we said this the last time the governor accused us of hiding behind our
The
attorneys.
governor?
PR firm. We have no PR firm. There were no attorneys present at the Barbara Walters interview or the Katie Couric.
Okay, I missed the very beginning of her question. She said that the governor said they were hiding. So the governor of Colorado was against them. I did not realize that. I did not realize that the governor of Colorado was on they ass.
There are no attorneys present here today.
And no restrictions.
And no restrictions.
He's got like a lizard
Were
tongue.
you nervous about talking with either one of those newswomen?
We respected them as journalists. We knew that they would be tough because the world expected them to be tough. We weren't nervous. There's no question that we could be asked that we're afraid to answer. The truth is easy.
Truth doesn't change. It's not frightening. It's not anything. It's the truth, and that's all it is.
What do you miss most about your daughter, Mrs. Ramsey?
I miss her butterfly kisses. She used to come up and give me a little brush with her eyelashes on my cheek, and her little hugs and her spontaneity.
She was a spark plug in our life. She kept the place rocking.
He says no. He shakes his head no.
It's a huge vacuum in our family, all of our family.
It is said that no parent should ever lose their child. You have lost 2 children. How do you survive?
You survive first because you have other children that need you to survive.
It's not easy.
That's the first thing that you realize, is that I can feel desperately sorry for myself, but I have other children that depend on me now more than ever. We still have 3 wonderful, precious children. We have a grandchild on the way, which we're thrilled about. And you keep going because you're their parent. You have to.
And it doesn't mean that you keep going 100% all the time. There are days when I'm in bed crying my eyes out for the whole day. You know, it's kind of an up and down situation. It's not easy, but we're here with a mission to find the killer of our daughter. So yes, we will sit here as long as you'd like to sit and ask us questions. And tomorrow I may be in my bed crying myself to sleep. But I'm going to do that until we find this person.
And there will be people who watch this and say, as you say that, we want to find the killer. They'll say, Ralph, you are the killer.
You know,
Look, we're never going to convince cynics of the truth, so we don't try to. What we're trying to do is solicit help from the public to find this creature and to beg the Colorado officials to be at least objective and open enough to listen when that tip comes through. Then we'll find this person.
What's going on with this hatred and obsession and fringe?
I don't know. What we've learned through all this, we've come out of this realizing there are a lot of good people in the world. We've had wonderful people come forward and support us from all over the world. And even though you'd think that we would come out of this being hateful and want to go to a mountain retreat and fence ourselves off from the world, we realize there are some wonderful, good people in the world. But we also realize that there's some very fundamentally evil, bad people in the world.
Sure
That's a
are.
fact.
Sure
We're
is.
naive about that, but it exists. There are more good people than bad, but the bad exists. And we're never going to
She
change
sighs.
that.
The bad
And we're not
exists.
trying to convince the bad people and the cynics and the hateful people that we loved our daughter and that we didn't kill her. We're trying to appeal to the good people and say, let's find this evil creature that's among us and put him away, because this person will kill another child.
Do you want him to contact you?
I would be desperate for a contact. At a minimum, please leave.
Okay, so this is a later interview. You guys, I was wrong. This is not the infamous interview. I'm so sorry. I don't like how he smiles. And I just want to say something. Honey, pro justice on facts. You didn't have to delete that, Kendo. You can leave that. Pro justice on facts. The facts are that these two were the last ones to see that baby girl alive. That's the facts. Right? That's the facts. The facts are that the handwriting on the ransom letter looks like Patsy Ramsey's, and that's the fact too.
To those of you who may want to ask, let me address very directly, I did not kill my daughter, JonBenet.
This is the first interview.
There have also been innuendos that she has been or was sexually molested. I can tell you those were the most hurtful innuendos to us as a family. They are totally false. JonBenet and I had a very close relationship. I will miss her dearly for the rest of my life.
I don't doubt that.
I'm Patsy Ramsey, JonBenet's mother, and I'm grateful that we are finally able to meet together face to face. I'm appalled that anyone would think that John or I would be involved in such a hideous, heinous crime. But let me assure you that I did not kill JonBenet I did not have anything to do with it. I love that child with my whole of my heart and soul.
Mr. and Mrs. Ramsey, what do you want to say to the killer of your daughter?
We'll find you. We will find you. I have that as a sole mission for the rest of my life.
Mrs. Ramsey?
Likewise,
He's so
police
nonchalant.
and investigators have assured us that this is a case which can be solved. You know, you may be eluding the authorities for a time, but God knows who you are, and we will find you.
I think one of the issues that was distressing to us, and it perhaps caused some bias of opinion, is why did we bring lawyers into this process early on? And I can tell you both how that happened and why it happened. The how is that on the day after the tragedy, we were being consoled by friends and family, and a close friend of mine, who was also a practicing attorney, took me aside and said, "John, I see some things developing here that I would like to ask your permission to do some things that I think are necessary to be done." And I said, "Fine, do it." And so he retained counsel for Patsy and I. And we later learned, and really later was really the next few days, that the reason he did this is that sadly for our country, most tragedies of this nature, the killing of a child, apparently in the majority of cases are family related. And I think that's a tragic statement for our country. But because we were the parents of JonBenet, we were automatically put in the suspect pool. And so to not have knowledgeable counsel, my close friend felt would be foolish. Now, we also at that time, as a parent, I looked at retaining of attorneys. We also brought in a couple of investigative firms, some experts that we assembled. I felt a very helpless feeling as to what can I do to help solve this case. Had it been in my power, I would have called out the National Guard, frankly. So as we looked at this group of people that we pulled together, it was not only to advise us in this process, but hopefully to assist the investigation to a closure.
He's very scripted. He's very scripted. He knew what he was going to say.
With the police. We spoke with the police approximately 8 hours on the 26th, another 2 hours on the 27th. Have supplied them with every piece of information we have. So the impression that we haven't spoken with the police is totally false. What we have, what has been delayed has been this formal interrogation of us as suspects. And frankly, we were, as you might imagine, insulted that we would even be considered suspects in the death of our daughter, and felt that an interrogation of us was a waste of our time and a waste of the police's time. But because they have to do this, we're willing to do it, but not under any circumstance that was presented to us.
You know, we would like to think that we don't know anyone that we have ever met in our lives who could do such a thing to a child. You know, but they talked with us and said, please tell us names of people, you know, who may have been in your home at any time. You know, we just outpoured information just as much as we could try to remember. But, you know, no one specifically came to mind. I mean, you can't imagine such a horrible thing ever happening, much less somebody that you may know.
You know, at first we were
someone you
shocked,
may know is right.
And then outraged, and then we understood statistically that's a sad state of affairs, that's apparently in the majority of cases like this in our country, family members or parents are ultimately involved. And so we accepted being suspects. But what concerned us, and certainly still does concern us, at least up till yesterday, is that any time spent looking at us is time that's wasted. And that in part is why we brought in an investigative team as well, too. An arrest is absolutely necessary in our lives for closure. Our lives cannot go on the same as they might have had JonBenet still been here. But I know how I feel today, and that an arrest must be made for us to go on with some semblance of a life and hope for the future. Yeah.
One of the reasons we asked you all to be here this morning is that we need your help from this moment on. I know you have been diligently covering this case, and we have appreciated some of what you've said. I have to be frank, not all of what you've said. But we need to all work together as a team, and we need your help. Some of you may have seen the ad that we placed in our local Daily Camera newspaper this past weekend. This reward money has been offered since the death of JonBenet, but we felt like it wasn't getting out to the public enough. So this ad with her most recent kindergarten picture will be appearing.
Here's another thing. 100K? 100K? Back in 96 was a hell of a lot of money. And you mean to tell me that not one person had any viable tips? Come on. They have DNA. And John Ramsay and his son, John Andrew, which I told everybody to go look at John Andrew's Twitter. Well, guess what? He closed his Twitter down. Like, it's still there, but all of his tweets are gone. And he has 2 tweets pinned. And he says, oh, the DNA is getting sent off, blah, blah, blah. No more Twitter. Right? So JonBenet Ramsey was wearing size 12 underwear that night. That little girl was not a size 12. So I'm wondering where the undies came from, because 6-year-old size 12 underwear, that's not adding up. Number 2, the underwear were brand new out of the package. When other brand new out of the package underwear were tested, they also had trace DNA in the underwear from the factory. So the fact that they're hanging on to this DNA is not, they're deflecting. They're totally deflecting because it's not going to, they know it's not going to add up to anybody. Like, they know that DNA is from a factory where those undies were made. So they're not scared of the DNA. I mean, maybe she peed her pants at the White's house, and maybe those were the White's daughter's underwear. I don't know. It doesn't make sense. But the DNA is not something that's going to clear John Ramsay, because they're not going to find anybody from it. They came from Bloomingdale's. They were originally for one of her cousins, but JonBenet liked them. Okay, that makes a whole lot of sense. That's a little fucking creepy too, if you want my opinion. Oh, hey, I bought these undies for your cousin, but you like them, so you can have them even though they're 6 sizes too big? Ew. Urine stains. She probably pissed herself in fear. Can you imagine? I'm sorry, but Othram has been solving cases left and right. They would have solved this by now. And why didn't John Ramsay pay for the DNA testing himself? Why do they have a GoFundMe from Lou Smith's daughter raising money to get the DNA tested in JonBenet's case? John Ramsey's sitting on a private jet, millionaire. He sold his company to Lockheed Martin, but they have a GoFundMe to get the shit tested. And not only that, why would JonBenet even talk about those underwear? No, I don't think I'm too critical at all. We have a dead baby girl that was found in their basement, brutalized.
More and more frequently. And what we want to let everyone know is that this $100,000 reward is for information leading to the arrest and conviction of the killer of our daughter. We feel like there are at least 2 people on the face of this earth that know who did this. And that is the killer and someone that person may have confided in. And we need that one phone call. We need the one phone call to this number that will help the authorities come to a conclusion to this case. Please, please, if you know anything, I beg you to call us.
I would absolutely want the most severe penalty that could be brought. Patsy? Yes, really.
Shit, sorry about that. Why did it do that? Why'd they cut that part out, I wonder?
Did not kill my daughter, JonBenet.
Why is it starting over?
Members or parents are ultimately involved. And so we accepted being suspect of opinion is why did we bring lawyers into.
Why is it repeating, I wonder?
That's a sad state of affairs, that's apparently in the majority of cases like this in our country.
Okay, hold on. Here is another video. This is various interviews. This one's good. This is from interrogation tapes. I just want to say something. Unsolved mystery. It's proven she wet herself in the basement boiler room right outside the wine cellar room. Some things are just facts. Why does that mean they're innocent? Because she peed her pants? I don't think that means that they're innocent. What's up, Legendary? What's up, boo shit? I see you. I just don't get why they didn't work hard to clear themselves immediately if they really wanted someone to be caught. All right, let's watch some of their interrogation. This is from 1998. That's Burke. I don't want to watch Burke. Killed.
And in an exclusive interview.
Damn it.
Down. Those were clothes you'd worn the night before.
Right. I put the clothing on, but I put the black velvet pants on and a red sweater, red top.
Seems odd to me.
Early.
Okay.
I do this a lot.
You recognize that?
No.
The Ramseys told police that JonBenet had gone straight to bed that night and had not eaten at home. But autopsy results did find undigested pineapple in JonBenet's stomach. And police discovered fingerprints on a bowl of pineapple left in the family's dining room on the morning of the murder.
I didn't put the bowl there, okay? I did not put the bowl there. I would not do this setup like this.
Okay, but let's go back to your line of reasoning here. If they weren't, no? Talk to me.
Okay.
Look at me. If they're not yours and they're not John's, then they would be somebody else's.
Right.
But now, I'm telling you, they're not somebody else's. Those prints belong to one of the two of you.
They did? You're sure? Well, I don't know. I did not put that here.
You know, sometimes the simplest, most obscure little thing can be so significant.
Right. I did not feed JonBenet pineapple. Okay. So I don't know how it got in her stomach. I don't know where this bowl of pineapple came from. I can't recall putting that there.
Looking at it today, do you notice anything about it? Anything that you recognize? Anything that looks familiar, similar to anything you've seen before?
This M kind of looks like an M that I've seen somebody make. I don't know. You know, I racked my brain over this a million times. But, you know, everything else was just...
Do you notice any similarities to, say, your style of indentation and signing off, use of exclamation points, anything like that?
Well, I mean, as you know, I've had umpteen handwriting samples.
Correct.
And they all want to say that my A's, you know, look like this, or...
Because of some of the similarities apparently in Patsy's handwriting or this woman.
JonBenet got up, and somebody in that house, legally, lawfully in that house, one of the three of you, also happens to be up, or gets up because she makes noise. And there's some discussion, or something happens, there's an accident, somebody...
You're going down the wrong path, buddy.
Okay, somebody accidentally, or somebody gets upset over bedwetting. That's one of the things that's been proposed. Okay.
Didn't happen. If she got up in the night and ran into somebody, it was somebody there that wasn't supposed to be there. I don't know what transpired after that, whether it was an accident, intentional, premeditated, or whatnot. But it was not one of her 3 family members that were also in that house. Period. End of statement. I mean, I appreciate being here. I appreciate it. It's very hard to be here. But it is a damn sight harder to be sitting at home in Atlanta, Georgia, wondering every second of every day what you guys are doing out here. You know, have you found anything? Are we any closer? Is the guy out here watching my house? You know, is my son safe? My life has been hell from that day forward. And I want nothing more than to find out who is responsible for this.
Is there a chance that maybe she doesn't know? Is there a chance that maybe she doesn't know? John Ramsay admits the last action they did the night before was deliver gifts to the Walkers and the Steins. Was JonBenet brought home dead? Was it after giving her to one of these pedo friends? Yeah. Was there any interviews with these friends? Were they, you know, it's funny that Fleet White, the person they were at his house, worked with the state on this. He turned on the Ramseys and worked with the state, the guy that found her body with John Ramsay. I think Patsy wrote the letter and John told her what to write. This is from August of 2000, clips from John and Patsy's interview at the DA's office with members from the Boulder Police Department.
Parents of a month after their child is murdered allow their son to be transported at a time when he's most vulnerable, at a time when their own security people said, this is crazy, to be transported with no protection. And that's a legitimate question. Now, are you going to let her answer or not?
Let me say this to you. That, again, Mr. Kane, and I don't, Mr. Kane, Michael, You know, you have a perspective. I just think that what you're trying to represent about the lack of security. Let me finish,
you're an
Michael.
obstructionist.
I'm not an obstructionist.
You go out there and you tell these press people that they cooperated,
go
and
out there.
I will go out and tell them what really happened in here.
Well, Mr. Kane, what's happening here is you're going to looking to storm out for no reason.
No, I'm looking to storm out because I can't ask a question.
Take 5 minutes and just be reasonable enough to listen.
Look, I don't need this. It's a game. You're playing a game.
Take 5 minutes. Yeah, let's take
You're
5
playing
minutes.
a game.
I mean, yeah, come on. I don't want to do that.
This is the Boulder DA, Boulder Police, and that's their lawyer.
No, we're going to take every 5 minutes every time I ask a question because you're going to want to know what it is that's in my mind. I just told you what's in my mind.
Mr. Kane, we're both trying to do our jobs under very unusual and difficult circumstances.
Right. So my job is not to stand in the way of the truth.
The deposition tapes.
We're on the video record at 9:14.
Okay. Oh, this one's good.
Good morning, Mrs. Ramsey, Lynn Wood. This is the deposition of Patricia Ramsey in the case of Robert Christian Wolf versus JonBenet Ramsey and Patricia Paul Ramsey. Do you need the index number for that, for the tape? No? Okay. Mrs. Ramsey, have you ever attended a deposition before?
We ought to make sure we just
make sure we get everybody
well
on record here.
We might want to make sure we've got a record of who's here and then a couple of other stipulations. I'm Lynn Wood. I represent John and Patsy Ramsey.
I'm Jim Rawls, co-counsel with Mr. Wood for John and
This is Ramsey. I have signed.
Hold on, I'm trying to find something.
From her jacket were found in the paint tray, were found tied into the ligature found on JonBenet's neck, were found on the blanket that she's wrapped in, were found on the duct tape that's found on her mouth. I have no evidence from any scientist to suggest that those fibers are from any source other than your red jacket.
Well, but yeah, that's, come on, I mean, what other sources did they test?
Patsy's attorney, Lynn Wood, asked prosecutors to produce the...
So I just wanted to show, what's your name again? Unsolved Mystery. The prosecutors are definitely in this meeting. I appreciate your knowledge and your, research you've done on this case, but I don't appreciate you telling me that I didn't research. This is definitely the DA in this meeting. So please stop doing that.
Position of Patricia Ramsey in the case of Robert Christian Wolf versus JonBenet Ramsey and Patricia Paul Ramsey. Do you need the index number for that, for the tape? No? Okay. Mrs. Ramsey, have you ever attended a deposition before?
We ought to make sure we just
make sure we get everybody on record here.
We might want to make sure we've got a record of who's here and then a couple of other stipulations. I'm Lynn Wood. I represent John and Patsy Ramsey.
I'm Jim Rawls, co-counsel with Mr. Wood for John and Patsy Ramsey.
I'm John Ramsey.
Derek Bauer. Eric Schroeder. Evan Albin, co-counsel with Darnay Hoffman on behalf of Mr. Wolf.
Yes, and of course, Darnay Hoffman, lead counsel on the Chris Wolf case.
And I think we have agreed that this deposition is taken pursuant to the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure and that the deposition is taken pursuant to agreement of counsel. Mrs. Ramsey will read and sign, and I'm sure that can be undertaken before any notary public.
Certainly. Also, this is a deposition that's being taken subject to a so ordered stipulated protective order. Also,
it is.
And confidentiality agreement between counsel.
And in that regard, I want to make just one statement, Darnay, if I might, on the record.
Sure.
Federal Rule of Civil Procedure 26B1 states that the scope of discovery is as follows, and I quote, "Parties may obtain discovery regarding any matter not privileged that is relevant to the claim or defense of any party." And it goes on to state, for good cause, the court may order discovery of any matter relevant to the subject matter involved in the action. As you know, Darnay, that represents the change that was effectuated in the scope of discovery with the December 2000 amendments to the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure. And in the stipulation and protective order in paragraph 2, the parties, including the plaintiff and you on behalf of the plaintiff, have agreed that, and I quote from the protective order, consistent with the amendments to the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure, which became effective December 1, 2000, the parties recognize the right of parties' counsel to issue appropriate instructions to parties during their depositions.
We're going to fast forward this BS.
Give her the opportunity
We'd have to send her to law school and let her go 24 years of practice before we'd have to ask her if she can understand anything I might say.
Okay. All right. Mrs.
So
Ramsey.
their lawyer is the one that sounds like he came from Murdaugh land. That's their lawyer. And then the questioner is the one that doesn't sound like that.
I believe that you were the co-author on a book called The Death of Innocence. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I'd just like to ask you, in your own words, though I know there's a discussion in the book, why it is that you wrote the book, Death of Innocence.
My husband and I wrote the book so that we could make sure that the truth was presented accurately from our own hearts and lips.
Were there any other reasons?
Hearts and lips?
No, sir.
I'm going to... there's a reference on page 408 of the of your book. I was going to show that to Mr. Lynn first.
Want to
the paperback edition.
As a,
no, I just would just simply want to refresh your memory with respect. Yes, with respect to the paperback, where there's.
Okay, are you asking her to look at the highlighted portion?
The highlighted portion there, just to refresh your memory with respect to maybe another reason why the book was written.
But you're not representing that this paragraph talks about why the book was written.
Well, it's one of the express reasons for going into the material that is going into there, with the hope that the killer will be caught. The truth being that the Ramseys, contrary to media reports, were not responsible for their daughter's death, and that this book, in fact, not only shows that, but also the book contains a chapter on the murderer, meaning that there's a profile of the potential murderer. And I wanted to know from Mrs. Ramsey whether the purpose of the book was something more than just a general, you wanted the truth out. Was the purpose of the book also to present information to the public, who might then be able to come forward, as to who the murderer was in this particular case?
Right, that didn't have anything to do with page 4.
Well, it's mentioned there that's one of the stated goals of the Ramsey.
We may just be parsing words. This talks about their goals, bringing the killer to justice.
Right, and was this
the book
part of your goal?
Consistent with their goal? I think that's a fair question.
Okay.
So, could you repeat the question?
All right. You'll be asking me to do a lot of that today, believe me. Was one of the goals of writing the book to help in the solution of this crime, identifying the possible murderer, meaning that if you put this information before the public, that maybe somebody would have information that could then come forward? And you object?
I object the form of the question, but go ahead and finish. I interrupted you. I thought you were through.
I'd just like Mrs. Ramsey to explain whether or not that was part of the goal of the book, was basically to assist in finding the killer, JonBenet Ramsey.
Well, I believe there was a section of the book that talks about the profile of the killer, as we have been told about him. So that information, yes, was included in the book to be brought forth to the public in the event that that would assist in someone remembering things that would lead us to the killer.
So, would it be fair to say that the purpose of the book was to do something other than just simply tell the truth about the case, that there was you were trying to assist the investigation in some way by including certain information in the book, such as the profile of the murderer?
The reason that I wrote the book is so that there is in one place, in black and white, an accurate account of what happened. I mean, when I was writing it, I was thinking of my children and my grandchildren. There are so many stories out there that are false and misleading and untrue. I wanted, I was thinking of this as a historical document to give to my children.
Could you explain, to the best that you remember, the process by which you wrote the book? I mean, did you sit down with a pen and pad, or did you use a dictaphone? How is the book written, given that both you and John are listed as authors, the actual writing process?
I object to the form of the question. Okay. You may answer the question if you understand it. The problem is you kind of sometimes ask 2 or 3 questions within one.
No, I understand.
And I want her to be clear on exactly what the question is. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I think he's trying to find out whether you actually physically typed on a computer, dictated into a tape, made handwritten notes. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, exactly.
You understand that?
I think we did some of all of that.
Okay. Did you and Mr. Ramsey sit physically together and write the book, or did you write it in separate, environments? Meaning, you're in one part of the house, he's in another part. Did you compose it that way?
Some of all of that. We were living in an apartment at the time, so it was a small living space. So we were.
At some point, I believe there was some. Well, I'll withdraw that question. Did anyone else assist you in writing the book?
We had an editor that was provided by the publisher and a ghostwriter, if you want to call it that, who helped us with some of the structure and organization.
Who's the ghostwriter?
I think his name is in the book there. Let's see. Is that,
she does.
Oh, Robert Wise, Reverend Robert Wise.
Reverend Robert Wise was the ghostwriter.
When you looked at the final manuscript of the book, was it very different from what you had originally prepared and given to Mr. Wise, or Reverend Wise?
Well, now, you assuming that they prepared a manuscript and gave it to Wise?
Yeah,
and then got back a manuscript?
At some point, I'm assuming that their work product was turned into a manuscript of some sort, and that Mr. Wise worked with it in some way.
Well, I'm not sure that's right.
All right.
I may have been given to him piecemeal, Darnay. I think you need to figure that out first.
I'll withdraw that question and ask you very simply whether, explain exactly how you worked with Reverend Wise on writing the book.
Well, he would sit and we would talk, and I had some things that I had written. Sometimes he would ask questions about things. It was kind of a back and forth. Sometimes he would take something I had written and edit, and then, it was kind of an evolving process.
Did he use a tape recorder to take any of the things that you were saying?
I believe so, yes.
Did you give him written notes to look at?
I can't remember exactly. I don't.
Did you prepare notes for the book? Written notes?
Yes. Sometimes. I had some things that I had written. Some things we just talked about.
Did you keep copies of your notes?
No, I did not.
Do you know what happened to your notes?
They were thrown away as I finished with that part of the writing.
She threw them
You threw them
away?
away?
Yes.
Were you shown a copy of the what we would call the rough draft of the book before it was sent to the publisher?
There were many drafts, yes, that we would keep reviewing.
Who would prepare the drafts?
A typist, I think, or the editor, perhaps. She kept a main manuscript going.
In main file?
I'm not sure how she did it, but she would keep it.
Were you given an opportunity to review the final manuscript before it was sent to the publisher?
I believe so. I believe so.
Do you remember reviewing?
Not specifically. I mean, there were so many iterations, I can't remember exactly which.
When was the first time you had an opportunity to read the book from beginning to end, as it was published?
After it was published?
As in the form in which it was published.
Like the galleys?
It could have been a galley. I don't know what point.
You mean the hardback book?
Yeah, the hardback book.
Probably when it was completely published in March.
So, did you see anything that looked like what they call galleys?
I don't think I saw galleys.
So, the first time you actually were able to read the book then is when it appeared in hardcover? In the actually bound hardcover edition?
Well, I mean, I read the manuscript. I don't know if you call that the book.
So there was a manuscript, a completed manuscript that you were able to read before you before it was sent to the printer. Is that correct?
I believe so.
And did you review it?
I believe I did.
And did you look at portions of it in terms of statements that were accurate or not accurate?
Well, I primarily the way the book is written. I speak, John speaks. I speak, John speaks, and I was mainly concentrated on what I had put in the book.
Do you remember in the book whether or not there is a theory of the crime that was, as you believed it may have been committed, talked about in the book, written about?
I'm not sure.
Well, the book contains a theory of the crime. Do you remember what the theory of the crime was in the book?
I'm not sure what you're talking about in the book. So,
well,
there may be,
I mean, the whole book is.
There may be a number of different theories that are discussed in whole or in
I
part.
just want to see what she remembers.
But we're not here to engage in a memory contest about what is or is not in the book. If you have a question about something that is in the book, I think fairly you're required to put it in front of her, give her the opportunity to look at it, put it into context, and then respond to your question. So if there is something in the book, be it theory or whatever, show her what you want her to look at. She'll be glad to answer your question.
Well, I am going to test her memory right now.
We're not going to engage in a memory contest of what's in the book.
I have a right to see what, if anything, Mrs. Ramsey currently remembers about the theory of the crime.
That's a different question. You're asking her about what is in the book, and she's entitled, and you know she's entitled, to see something that you are referencing in the book, put it into context, and then answer your question.
Mrs. Ramsey, I'm going to withdraw the question. I'd like you to tell me what, if anything, you can remember about the theory of the crime that you may have developed over time.
Someone was in our home the night of December 25th and murdered our daughter while we slept.
Is there anything more about that theory that you remember or have developed?
Well, that's basically it. There was someone who was not a member of our family in our home that night, took JonBenet from her bed and murdered her.
With respect to that theory of the crime, is there anything else that you can remember about it?
What do you mean? Is there anything else you can
remember
about
that night, as far as it leading to developing that theory?
I'm going to have to. That's a question that is either so vague or so broad. You're asking her now to say, is there anything she can remember about that night that would lead to her developing that theory? Why don't you ask her a specific question, Darnay? Okay. That's too broad and too vague.
All right. What is it about the events of that evening and the next day that has led you to this theory of the crime?
I found a ransom note. I found my daughter missing from her bedroom, and several hours later, our daughter was found dead in our home. That's pretty clear to make one draw the conclusion that someone came into our home and murdered her.
And you don't feel it was a member of your own family? Is that correct?
No, sir.
I think your answer is really yes, sir. Is that correct? Would require a yes response so that the record is clear. Don't we agree, Darnay?
Yes, that's
It was not a member of my family.
Okay. All right. I'm going to take just a short break because I'm going to go into another area. I just wanted to sort of like generally establish this. So let's take a 1 or 2 minute break. I know people can't hop up or whatever.
If you need to, we don't mind moving.
No need to. I just wanted. It's a natural break.
We can take it off the video too?
Yeah.
Maybe you could keep it around the coffee.
We're off the video record at 9:39.
I'll leave that for later.
We're on the video record at 9:39.
Hello, Mrs. Ramsey. Okay. Lynn, I want to proceed when you're ready.
Oh, absolutely. Go right ahead.
Oh, okay. Mrs. Ramsey, I would like you to look at page 407 of the paperback edition of your book, The Death of Innocence. I've highlighted a section I'd just like you to read, which begins numeric number 4 and then the ransom note. Could you read that, please, for the record?
4. The ransom note. Considered earlier and throughout the book, the note was written by the killer and remains an extremely important clue. An adequate amount of handwriting samples from the killer should conclusively tie him to the long and rambling note.
Mrs. Ramsey, do you still agree with that statement?
I'm not sure which statement.
The statement that you just read in your book, do you still agree with it?
Well, it's my belief that whoever wrote the ransom note probably had something to do with her murder. Is that what you're asking me?
Yes, I am. I just want to know that, I know this book was written a couple of years ago, and I just want to determine whether it's still your belief, that this statement is still your belief, that you believe that this statement to be true today.
Yes, I believe that. Yes, I believe that.
Okay. Now, I'd like you to turn to page 145 of The Death of Innocence, the paperback edition of it. And I'd like you to please read out loud, starting where it's highlighted, a week and a half after the 1st of February. If you could read that, please.
A week and a half after the 1st of February, the Denver Post ran an interesting observation on the handwritten ransom note that Douglas had spoken about on Dateline. The paper said, "Leaving a handwritten document at the scene of the crime in most cases is tantamount to leaving one's calling card. Bradley and other forensic document examiners say that it's nearly impossible for a person to disguise handwriting so that an expert can't link a suspect to a document, such as the note found in the Ramsay home. The older a person is, the more automatic and difficult it becomes to conceal the clues, and the longer a document is, the harder it becomes to disguise one's writing."
Thank you. Do you agree with that statement?
For clarification, does she agree that is what the Denver Post said, or do you ask?
Oh, no, I'm asking her, well, I'm not asking her whether that's what the Denver Post said, because they're indicating in the book that. I just want to know if she agrees. Just because the statement is in here doesn't necessarily mean she agrees with it. I'd just like, for clarification, do you agree with that statement?
Or has any idea who Bradley is, for example?
I wasn't, I'm not really concerned about whether she knows who Bradley is. I just want to know if she agrees with the statement that leaving a handwritten document at the scene of the crime, in most cases, is tantamount to leaving one's calling card. And also, why
don't you do it one at a time?
Start with that. Do you agree with that statement?
Well, I've been told that this is the ransom note of ransom notes, the longest one that people have ever seen, and that it's a lot of information for discovering someone's handwriting. So I don't know whether it's tantamount to leaving a calling card, but
I was wondering why you had put this statement in this book, if you don't agree with it.
I didn't say I didn't agree with it.
I'm not sure that's her statement.
Oh, okay.
Again, going back to look in context, who writes
this?
This
I
was
understand.
something that was in the newspaper.
Yeah, I know, but it was included in the book for some purpose, and I'm assuming, reading it, and I don't want to make an assumption, but I can only assume reading it, that it's put here because you agree with the basic premise of the article, or at least the basic premise of the section that's excerpt for this.
What's the question?
Well, I just want to know if she agrees with the first sentence, leaving a handwriting document at the scene of the crime, in most cases, is tantamount to leaving one's calling card. Do you agree with that statement?
With all due respect, I think she's given you an answer to that exact question.
Oh, okay. I wasn't certain that she had.
Let me make sure, so that we're not. I don't want you to not get an answer.
I mean, it would be consistent with the earlier statement on page 407 about an extremely important clue.
Yeah, I thought she did answer that. She said, well, I have been told that this is the ransom note of ransom notes, the longest that people have seen, that it is a lot of information for discovering someone's handwriting. So I don't know if it is tantamount to leaving a calling card. I mean, that's what she said.
Okay, so, if she could say yes or no, it would be very helpful.
That would be, but it would only be helpful if it was the only answer she could give. I think she's entitled to give you her full answer, including an explanation. And I think she's told you she doesn't disagree with it, but the use of the phrase leaving a calling card, she's not in a position to comment on it.
Okay.
A calling card would have been better because it would have had the person's name, address, and phone number.
Okay.
What? No, it wouldn't.
I was curious as to why this had been put in the book, if you remember. Do you know why this statement was included in the book? The one that you just read, leaving a handwritten document at the scene of the crime?
Well, I don't remember exactly. It's been a couple
If you
of years.
remember.
Why I don't remember exactly why we put it in there. I believe this is a section that John wrote, so you might want to ask him that.
All right. Were you ever asked to give handwriting exemplars at any time by anyone after your daughter's death?
Yes, I was.
Can you tell me who asked you to do that, not violating any attorney-client privilege?
The Boulder Police Department.
Did anyone else ask you to give handwriting exemplars beside the Boulder Police Department?
I gave several of them, but I can't. I believe it all had to do with the Boulder Police Department,
So nobody,
whether it was the CBI
all
or...
right, but nobody other than law enforcement asked you to give them handwriting exemplars. Is that true?
I don't remember anyone else asking me.
Okay. I just want to clarify it. And do you remember how many times you were asked to give handwriting exemplars by the law enforcement people or authorities in, I'm assuming it's in Colorado?
Yes, 5 or 6, I think.
Okay.
Like that.
In the back of the book, Appendix A, page 428, actually it's you can identify 429. It doesn't have 428 on the upper left-hand corner. It's called a Chronicle of Cooperation. And the paragraph that's second from the bottom, there's an indicating when handwriting samples were given by John and their dates, and then Patsy, their dates, and then Burke, their dates.
Mm-hmm.
Would you just review that and see if that refreshes your recollection with respect to the dates? Are those dates accurate or substantially accurate? If you can remember.
I'm sure they probably are.
And I'm counting them. There's a date, December 28th, January 4th, February 28th, April 12th, and May 20th. There's 1, 2, 3, 4. It looks like 5. Is that what you remember?
That
to be the number of times?
That seems to be accurate, yes.
Okay. Were you ever asked, given an explanation by the law enforcement authorities as to why they were asking you to come in so many times to give exemplars? Why they needed you to give exemplars over a period of like 5 different dates?
I don't remember them really saying why they needed more.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Did anyone else, without telling me what was actually said, give you a reason as to why you were being asked for so many exemplars?
Here, you're not to give him, nor do I think he's asking you to give him any information about any discussion that you had between yourself and your attorneys. If there was any such discussion, he's not entitled to know that, and he's not asking about that.
Was there anybody else, for instance, maybe Lou Smith may have asked you, maybe somebody from Alex Hunter's office might have asked you or told you or whatever, something that's not a privileged communication between you and your attorneys, if you remember.
No, just every time they asked me to do it, I willingly gave it.
Okay. Now, I'm going to ask you about your reaction to that. Were you surprised that you were asked for so many exemplars, to come back 5 times, in fact?
5 times?
Were you surprised by that? Were you concerned about that?
I was not concerned, particularly.
Do you know if anybody at any time expressed an opinion as to whether you were the author of the ransom note that while you were doing this?
During the handwriting exemplar process?
Yeah, when you were being asked to give handwriting exemplars, did anybody in law enforcement express the opinion that they thought you were the ransom note writer?
I don't recall them ever saying that.
Do you know whether or not anybody ever expressed the opinion in front of you that John was the ransom note writer?
I never heard anyone say that.
Now, what I'm going to do is I need some, we're going to go through a little housekeeping. I'm sorry, I just have to do this for purposes of laying foundations. I'm going to ask you to mark these as exhibits, and Lynn, I'm going to give you a copy.
Okay.
This is for identification purposes. Here, Lynn, if you want to look at that.
Is there a way to relate this to the exhibits?
What I'm going to do is basically, I would like to show these to Mrs. Ramsey at this time and ask her, one, in a foundational way, whether she recognizes what she's being shown. Can she identify it, and can she identify the handwriting?
Okay. Are these the exhibits that are attached to the first set of? Do you have them by exhibit number?
No, I don't. No, I don't. Right now, I'm doing it in a particular order, which doesn't relate to that. Whether these ultimately are used or not is another matter. But right now, I'd like to. Could you just mark this as exhibit 1, please, or whoever, you want me to do it? Yeah, I'm assuming they're using A, B, C, and I'll be using 1, 2, 3. Okay. All right. Mrs. Ramsey, I'm going to show you a document that has been marked Plaintiff's Exhibit 1 for identification. And I'd like you to look at it and take your time. And I'm going to ask you if you recognize the photograph.
And let me just say this for the record, Darnay.
Yes.
I think that you have given her an enlarged copy of what was possibly one of the exhibits to one of the reports that you filed early in the case with respect to your mandatory responses. And I think she has answered in request for admissions to her best ability whether she could decipher from those copies whether she was the author of the handwriting. To the extent that you are giving her the same exhibits but in a different form, either larger or in color versus black and white, etc. Just want to make sure that if there's any confusion down the road between her ability to try to decipher it now and what she looked at then, that might be the explanation.
Well,
and so that's why I had asked if you wanted to present her with the actual exhibits. That would,
well,
I think,
actually, no, I want to be able
look at
to,
the same thing.
I basically want her to be able to see what it is. I'm looking for content, not for
comparison with
no,
other
it's not comparison.
copies of those
Just
from
merely
other
want
sources.
her
Okay,
to
that's
indicate
fair.
whether she recognizes the photograph.
That's fair.
I think I've seen this photograph before.
Can you identify, without naming anybody in the photograph, can you identify any of the individuals in the photograph?
Just JonBenet.
Okay. I would like you to now look at the handwriting below the photograph. Do you recognize the handwriting?
Not particularly.
All right. Do you, so you say not particularly, you don't recognize this as being your handwriting, is that correct?
I don't remember writing it. Is that what you mean? I mean,
But-
I don't know. I may have.
All right, but do you recognize the handwriting as being your handwriting?
No.
Okay. Now we're going to go to another exhibit. I'll leave this with you right here. Okay, now, if you could mark this exhibit 2. Lynn, here, I'll give this to you. There we go. Thank you. Now, Mrs. Ramsey, I'd like you to examine a document that I've given you that's been labeled Plaintiff's Exhibit Number 2 for identification. And I'll ask you if you recognize any of the photographs in the document.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask you if you recognize any of the handwriting in the document.
Recognize it as mine or someone else's? or
Now
just-
I'll go to the next question. Do you recognize any of the handwriting as being your handwriting?
Not particularly.
So you couldn't say with any degree of certainty that that was your handwriting?
No.
All right, thank you. All right, I'm going to, Lynn, I don't know what you're doing with those. Do you need
Well, you
copies,
took the
Lynn?
last one back.
Yeah, okay, fine. Now I'm going to ask sorry about this. This is one of the more boring parts of depositions. I'm going to ask that this document be marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 3 for identification. Lynn, here.
Oh, I think we have it.
It's 2 pages.
Now, Mrs. Ramsey, I'm going to ask you to look at Plaintiff's Exhibit Number 3 marked for identification and ask you whether or not you recognize this document.
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize it to be?
An entry form for the Boulder Christmas Parade.
Have you ever seen this entry form before today?
Yes.
Could you tell me when you've seen it, if you remember?
Well, I obviously saw it to fill it out.
Okay. Then that was my next question. Do you recognize the handwriting in this entry form?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell me whose handwriting you recognize it to be?
My handwriting.
So all of the handwriting on both pages is your handwriting, is that correct? I mean, no one else.
Well, this on the second page is pretty blurry, but I believe it is mine.
Okay, so nobody at this event filled in part of it for you?
No.
Okay, you filled this in completely yourself?
Yes,
is that
I did.
correct? Thank you. Okay, now I'm going to show you another document, which I'm going to, if you don't mind, have the reporter mark as Plaintiff's Exhibit 4 for identification. Thank you. Mr. Wood, there we go. Now, Mrs. Ramsey, I'm going to ask you to look at a document that I've handed you, which has been marked Plaintiff's Exhibit number 4 for identification, and I'm going to ask you whether or not you recognize this document.
No, I don't.
Okay. I'm going to ask you if you recognize the handwriting in the document.
I recognize my signature.
Okay. Do you recognize any other written part of the document as being your handwriting?
It looks similar, but I can't say for sure.
Okay, so are you uncertain as to whether the additional handwriting is yours or not, outside of the signature?
Yeah, I'm uncertain.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I'm going to ask the reporter to
Come
mark
on,
this
she
as
wrote
Plaintiff's
this
Exhibit
shit.
number 5 for identification. And now, Mrs. Ramsey, I'm going to ask you to look at a document which has been labeled Plaintiff's Exhibit number 5 for identification. I'm going to ask you whether or not you recognize it.
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize it to be?
Looks like a greeting written on the inside of a Christmas card.
Do you remember writing a Christmas card like this?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you whether or not you can identify the handwriting.
Yes, I can.
Can you tell me whose handwriting you believe it to be?
Mine.
Thank you very much. Okay. Going to ask the reporter to please mark this document, Plaintiff's Exhibit number 6 for identification. Thank you. It's 2 pages, I believe.
And not to mention,
I'm
how
gonna ask
weird
you,
is
Mrs.
it that
Ramsey,
he's got the same name?
Whether or not you can identify the document that I've handed you, which is marked Plaintiff's Exhibit number 6 for identification.
Yes.
Can you tell me what the document is?
It's a handwritten note.
Can you identify the handwriting?
Yes, it's my handwriting.
Thank you very much. Okay. Now, I'm going to ask the reporter to please mark. This is Plaintiff's Exhibit number 7 for identification. And I'm going to hand this to Mr. Wood. Mrs. Ramsey, I'd like to know if you can identify the document, or actually the image or figure on Plaintiff's Exhibit 7 marked for identification?
No, I can't.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to look at the handwriting and tell me if you can recognize the handwriting.
This is such a bad copy. Do you
No, I
have the
understand.
original?
No, I don't. If you can't recognize the handwriting, you can just simply say, no, you cannot.
I cannot.
All right, thank you very much. Okay. I'm going to ask the court reporter to mark this document, Plaintiff's Exhibit number 8 for identification. And Mr. Wood. I'm going to direct Mrs. Ramsey's attention to the writing that's what looks like is on a box. It says Ramsay Xmas, and then also looks like some writing on the lower right-hand side, which just says Ramsay. I'm going to ask her to look at that carefully. And I'm going to ask her, first of all, if she can identify to the best of her ability what is in this photograph.
It looks like pictures of boxes taken through a window pane.
Okay. Now I'm going to ask you if you can recognize any of the handwriting.
This lower one may be mine, but I'm not sure.
Okay. And the upper left, it says Ramsay Xmas.
I'm trying to pull these up for you guys.
Okay. So you don't recognize it as being your handwriting?
Not specifically, no.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Coming to the end, I'd like the reporter to mark that as Plaintiff's Exhibit number 9 for identification. Mrs. Ramsey, I'm going to ask you, I'm not going to even try to ask you what you're looking at. I'm just going to ask you if you can see any of the handwriting in this document.
Is that an admission that nobody can even determine what the object is?
Well, the objects would be subject. One looks like a box at the lower part, but I'm not going to ask Mrs. Ramsey to determine. I'm just wondering if she can make out any of the handwriting. And if she can she with any degree of certainty tell me if she recognizes any of the handwriting?
It's pretty hard to tell.
Okay. You can just simply say no or
no.
You're not certain. Okay. All right. Well, thank you.
I can see the original, maybe.
No, I understand. But based on this document, you're not able to determine. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, now.
It wouldn't be this confusing if they were innocent. You'd be able to tell they were innocent. The truth is obvious.
I'm going to ask the reporter to mark this as Plaintiff's Exhibit number 10 for identification. Okay. Mrs. Ramsey, what I'm showing you is a series of letters. And I'm not identifying their source. I'm just simply showing you a series of letters. I'd like you to look at them carefully.
This is when the lawyer steps in.
Again, this is Plaintiff's Exhibit number 10 for identification. Can you, without knowing the source or where these letters are from, identify any of them?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, I'd like you to also look at the letters and ask me if you see any similarities in the way in which these letters are written. And we'll just start from the bottom, looking at the B. B.
Ask you if I see any similarities?
I'm going to ask you to comment on whether you see any similarities in the handwriting.
Well, let me just ask you, Darnay. I mean, Patsy Ramsey is not a questioned document examiner.
I just want her personal observation.
We don't know what
We don't
alterations have been done to these documents. I know where these documents came from. They came from one of your experts, and I think they're
I would prefer that you don't identify the source.
Why not?
For the purposes of
She's
this
entitled to,
demonstration.
no, we're not here to play games.
No,
She's
no,
entitled
Mr.
to know.
Mr.
No, let
Wood.
me finish,
No,
Darnay.
no. Mr. Wood,
Let me finish, please.
You can't have a standing objection where you basically counsel, give information to your client in your objection, which is what
Darnay.
you're doing right now.
All right.
And I would like you to stop it.
No,
I have a right to show her. For all you know, I'm trying to test her perception. You don't know what I'm doing
Her
with
perception.
this. I'm not saying that this means anything. I'm asking her to look at these letters, ask her if she recognizes any of them, and then after doing that, asking her if she can perceive any similarities in these letters. That's all, just as a lay person, her personal observation. And I have a right to do that, and I'm going to ask her to do it. I don't have to identify this. This could be an eye chart for all you know. All right, for all you know, I'm testing her perception.
Darnay, it's not an eye chart. It's a document.
No, it's not. Don't identify the document, Mr.
Are you going to let me finish, Darnay?
No, not if you're going to identify things. Not
Let's
if you're
take a
going
break.
to
Let's
have a
take a break.
standing objection.
No, we're going to take
Okay.
a break now, and then
All right.
I'll come back, and when I get a chance to make my statement on the record, to perfect the record, we'll start again. But if you're not going to give me that fundamental right, then we're not going to start again, Darnay. Do you understand me? Because you're not the judge.
If you want to stop,
let me finish.
stop the deposition, all right. Well,
If
first
you
of all,
don't stop interrupting me, we're going to have to stop.
I have to
because-
interrupt you if you are in fact going to give your client information that you're not supposed to give your client while I'm asking her a specific question, which is what you're trying to do right now, at least
No,
in
I'm
my
not,
opinion. Yes,
Darnay.
you are. You're trying
don't
to
know what I'm
identify.
trying to do
I know what
because you
you're
won't
doing.
let me
You're
do it.
trying to identify the source of this, and I don't want you to do that for the purposes of this. A question.
We're going to take a break
Well,
now, and when I have the ability to make my record without interruption and instruction
I'd like you to
from
make the colloquy
you're
without
just not
your-
going to stop interrupting, are you?
I'm not going to let you basically give your client information
Darnay.
in a standing objection.
Darnay, if I make a statement on the record that is inappropriate, you may take that up with Judge Carnes, and Judge Carnes can determine whether I have inappropriately instructed my client through an objection. But you are not the judge, and you're not going to make that decision today. You have the right to say what you want to on this record. I have that right also. So, when you decide that we're going to play on that level playing field, let's get started again. But you're not going to sit here and be the judge and tell me what I am going to do or not do, whether you like it or agree with it or not.
Now, Mr.
So
Wood,
we're now going to go off the record and take a break.
Now, Mr. Wood, for the purposes of before we go off the record and take a break, I foresaw this as a possible stumbling block or speed bump. And as a result, Evan Altman was kind enough to call Judge Carnes' office, and she is willing, in a phone call, to make an immediate ruling on whether or not what I'm asking Mrs. Ramsey to do is proper, and whether or not your objection is proper. She is in her office. She is available for an immediate conference.
I have not been allowed to make my statement. And if we want to address with Judge Carnes at this point, excuse me, if the issue to be addressed with Judge Carnes is whether I'm allowed to make an objection without interruption from you, then I will be happy to take that up with Judge Carnes. If we're going to take up an objection of mine with Judge Carnes, I think I fairly ought to have the right to state it on the record.
No, but I would like you to make the statement to Judge Carnes before you make a statement in front of your client on the record, basically notifying your client of precisely what it is that I'm doing with respect to this, which I don't
know
want
what
you to
you're
do.
doing with this.
Well, yes.
I'm not trying to make
All
a
right.
representation
well,
of that.
Let's talk to Judge Carnes, because we went to enough trouble to call her office yesterday and see if she was available for a conference, because I foresaw this problem precisely coming up.
I yet to understand what you want to take up with Judge Carnes.
Well, let's call her. I'll tell her. I quite frankly, I'm going to ask her whether or not I'm going to have you state your objection that you're going to give on the record to her on the phone, and we're going to find out whether or not she thinks it's proper for you to make that objection. And then if she rules that it is proper to make it in that form, you can make it in that form.
So you want me to state my objection for the first time on the phone with Judge Carnes. So
That's
you're going to
correct,
call Judge
because-
Carnes to, excuse me, you're going to call Judge Carnes to address with her an objection that you think is inappropriate that I haven't even been allowed to make yet?
No, you started to make it, and it was clear from your making it what you were trying to do, which is basically make the equivalent of a standing. You're trying to give your client information improperly in order to influence her answer. That
is just
fine.
pure bunk, Darnay.
Well, sorry, that's what I see it to be. That's why we have Judge Carnes waiting by the phone.
If you have an issue to take up with Judge Carnes, you have the right to do whatever you want to do. I don't have an issue with Judge Carnes yet.
Well, you may have it if you don't get on the phone with us and talk
I'm
to
going
her.
to participate. I'm not going to allow you to ex parte a conversation with Judge Carnes.
She wouldn't allow it either. No judge would allow an ex parte communication. You know better than that.
Why don't we define so that we can read the record to her exactly what the controversy is at the moment? Because I still don't understand it, because I haven't been allowed to state an objection. I may not even have an objection.
In fact, I'd like you to read back what you were about to state as an objection, in fact.
Okay. I started off and said, you said the question to Ms. Ramsey, I'm going to ask you to comment on whether you see any similarities in the handwriting, and that's on this exhibit number 10, without identifying it for her. And I said, let me just ask you, Darnay, Patsy Ramsey is not a question document examiner. Mr. Hoffman, I just want her personal observation. Mr. Wood, we don't know what alterations have been done to these documents. I know where these documents came from. They came from one of your experts, Mr. Hoffman.
That's the point at which you're starting to give her information.
Mr. Hoffman, I would prefer you don't identify the source. Mr. Wood, why not? She is entitled to, and then you interrupted, and I don't think we
This
ever
is
got
the
any
area
further.
that
so
we
the question
have our
is whether or
conundrum.
not, when you give her a document, is she entitled to know the source of the document before she answers questions about it?
No.
Let's put that issue before Judge Carnes.
Okay. Yep. And we're going to read that statement. That's what I'm objecting to, what you're doing there. So that we'll read that to Judge Carnes.
I think I understand what we want to do with Judge Carnes. And
All right,
ask
let's
her whether,
do it.
when you question her about a document, she's entitled to know
No, a
what the
particular
document
type
is.
of document. Okay, not
She's
all
entitled to know what
documents.
the document is.
We're off the video record. Well, the video record at 10:33.
Okay.
I've never met anyone who
Mrs.
carries that
Ramsey,
big of a torch
I'm
for
going
the Ramseys.
to show you a document that's been marked Plaintiff's Exhibit 10 for identification. And I'd like you to look at the document. Please look at it carefully. This document, for the record, contains 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 letters that are side by side, vertically on the page. The letter D, what looks like the letter S, what looks like letters R and O, what looks like an N, what looks like an O, what looks like an exclamation point, what looks like a G, and what looks like a B. Now I'm going to ask you, Mrs. Ramsey, if you can identify any of these letters as being your handwriting.
No, sir.
Okay. Now I'm going to ask you to look at these letters and tell me, in fact, I withdraw the question. I'd like you to look at the lower letter B, what looks like could be a letter B at the bottom.
Left or right, there's a mark with some sort of a funny mark over it.
Yeah, looks like a little hat. Those letters, for the purposes of this discussion, look like they might be the letter B. I'm going to ask you whether you see any similarity in the two letters. Any visual similarity. You as a layperson, not as an expert, just looking at it visually, do you see any similarities?
And if I might have my objection.
Sure, at this
record,
point, please.
Simply that I object to the form of the question. I do not believe it's appropriate to ask a layperson a question that goes to what you might believe to be a question document issue from an expert, particularly when you have not identified the source of the writings before the witness You have not identified and answered whether these documents have been in any way altered, blown up, enlarged, positioned differently. So I object to the form of the question for those reasons.
All right, and
May
also,
answer the question,
also
Mrs.
for the
Ramsey.
purposes, I'd just like to state that this answer would not be used for any evidentiary purpose, realizing that there's no proper foundation as to source, as to how these letters came to be what they are. But I will just say one thing for the record, that lay people are, under Article 9 of the Federal Rules of Evidence, are occasionally allowed to identify handwriting as lay people. Frequently letters are shown to lay people, and they are allowed to authenticate handwriting to that degree if they have familiarity, which is one of the reasons why I asked you if you were familiar with any of the letters. Now,
And I did not object when you asked her whether she believed that to be her handwriting.
Right, and that's all I'm asking.
But now you're asking her
No, I'm not going to ask her.
there's similarity, and from a lay perspective, and I will accept your stipulation that you will not use that answer for any evidentiary purpose. And with that stipulation, you may answer the question.
I'd like you to look at the letter B and tell me if those B's look at all similar to you.
Well, they're both lowercase b's.
Mm-hmm. Is there anything about the B's that to you look similar, beside the fact that they're lowercase? The way they're drawn?
No, not particularly.
Okay, I'm going to ask you then to look to the letter above the letter that we've identified as B and what looks like it could be a G. And I'm going to ask you to look at the G.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to ask you whether or not you see any similarities between the G's and what those similarities are.
Same stipulation.
Same stipulation.
Thank you.
Well, they're both lowercase g.
Mm-hmm.
They're both more the same size than the b's are.
Mm-hmm. Is there anything, what about the way in which what looks like what could be described as a tail with the G? Is there any similarity with respect to that?
It swings to the left.
Right. Do they look similar, the tails, to the G?
Somewhat. I mean, it's a
Just
G. You make a G with the tail to the left.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Those look similar, like similar tails.
You're talking about.
And the G.
Well, I mean,
Again, I
one's
think she answered your question.
squiggly, one's squiggly, and one is smoother.
Okay.
But I mean, depends on how many things you want to.
Just looking for whatever points of similarity that you, as a
I would say they're
layperson,
most
could say.
similar in size, or they're.
All right, and dissimilar. You can just simply make whatever visual observations you want about it. I just simply want your reaction.
The one
to
on the
each-
right is more shaky. It looks like
And what about the one on the left?
it's not as shaky, and the one on the right has a little swoop up on the tail, and the one on the left does not.
Right.
The one on the left has a thicker circle of the part of the G, and the one on the right.
Now I'm going to ask you before I withdraw that question, do you have any other observations, similarities or dissimilarities that you'd like to express?
No.
All right, I'm going to ask you to look to what looks like explanation points, and I'm going to ask you if you see any points of similarity or dissimilarity.
Same
between the two.
stipulation.
Same stipulation.
Thank you.
Well, one's thick, one's thin, one has a bigger dot than the other. That's fat, that's...
Anything
well,
about the
this-
slope or angle or anything else that's similar or dissimilar?
I don't know what slope or angle means.
Oh, the way in which it's going up and down.
Well, that's how you make an exclamation point.
Right.
It's straight down with a dot under it.
Okay. Do they look similar or dissimilar with respect to how vertical they are?
Well, the one on the left is squigglier and leans at the top a little bit.
All right. I'm going to, any other similarities or dissimilarities before I move to the next one?
I don't think they look alike.
Okay. The next objects or letters look like they might be O's, the letter O. Or they could be a zero from a number, but in any case, a zero or an O.
Or it could be even an attempt to make a Q.
Could be, but you can identify it any way you like, Mrs. Ramsey, and please point out any similarities or dissimilarities that you see, and Mr. Wood, the same stipulation.
Thank you.
I don't think they look a thing alike.
All right. So you'd say that they're just dissimilar. Could you point out their dissimilarities?
The dissimilarities,
Yeah,
one is large, one is small,
Mm-hmm.
one is really heavy and feathered, kind of, and one is smoother.
Any other similarities or dissimilarities before I move on that you'd like to?
They both have an opening in the middle.
Right, the hole in the donut.
Yeah.
I'd like you just to look up to the next letter. Now that could be an N, could be a truncated R, hard to say. I'd like you to look at that and just tell me what similarities or dissimilarities you see between the two letters.
M too.
It looks like a
Could be
pie.
anything. Yeah, could be. For all we know, it's a little horse or something that's truncated, or poodle actually.
A poodle?
One of those show poodles.
I'm not seeing the poodle here.
Is this
Darnay.
a psych test?
This is right, a Rorschach
Yeah.
for attorneys. If you could look at that, those two letters, and with the same, Lynn, what is it? The same stip.
Same stip.
One's shorter than the other one. The one on the right shorter than the one on the left. The one on the left has a little triangle thing over top of it.
I just want to draw your attention to the fact that they seem to merge. There seems to be, whatever it is, it seems like one thing is running into another, or there's something hanging off it. It could be, it's an awkward looking letter. It could be an R and an O. It could be any number of other configurations.
Which one are you looking? Are you looking at this one?
Oh no, I'm sorry. Are we still at the poodle? I thought we were going to move on after the poodle.
I thought we were still at the poodle.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I never saw a poodle, for the record.
All right.
Neither did I. That's why I'm staying
Fine.
there. Viewers.
You're not going to go there,
Good
Lynn,
crowd.
right?
We're
All right.
talking about something.
Oh, so you're at the third one down
Before
now?
I finish that, I just want to give you the opportunity. Do you have any other observations of similarity or dissimilarity?
Of the little
with respect-
pie one?
Yeah, the little pie.
No.
Okay. Now
I mean pi like a Greek letter pi.
Yes,
You know.
exactly.
Pi r square.
Right. Now we'll move to the next configuration,
Okay.
and whatever that is. I see it as an R and an O, but that's just the way I look at it. I'd like you to tell me what you see and similarities and dissimilarities between the lettering.
Same stip.
Same step.
What? That doesn't look like anything in the alphabet that I've ever seen. I mean, it doesn't look like a letter to me.
All right. Fair enough. Okay, so any specific dissimilarities, except that it just doesn't look like a letter between the two non-letter
Well, the one on the
looking-
right seems to be heavier and has a little piece sticking out from the left side, and the one on the left has a little bird over top of it or something, mark. And
All right.
it looks like they were made with different weights of a pencil or something.
If you have no further observations, we'll move to the next lettering. The what looks like could be an S.
Or it looks like it could be a 5.
Okay,
off the
could be a
top.
5 too.
Mhm.
Any similarities or dissimilarities between the two?
The one on the left is larger than the one on the right.
Mhm.
The one on the right looks more like an S
Mhm.
than the one on the left. The one on the left is more circular, kind of on the bottom.
Mhm.
Then the one on the right is, the bottom portion looks more angular, sort of.
We have the same stip on this
Same
side.
stipulation. Any other observations of either similarities or dissimilarities before I move on, Mrs. Ramsey?
No.
I'll ask you to look at the top and final one, what I would identify as a D, but that doesn't mean it is a D. I'd like you to look at that and tell me what similarities or dissimilarities that you see there. And Lynn, of course, we have the same stip.
The left one looks like an A to me,
Mhm.
and the right one looks like a D. It looks like maybe a shaky or older person might have written
Right.
it, kind of squiggly. This one has a higher, the one on the right has a higher stick on the side than the one on the left.
Right.
And the open space, the donut hole is bigger on the one on the right than the left. And I don't think they look alike.
All right, fair enough.
And they're like two different letters to me.
Thank you for putting up with that exercise. And Mr. Wood, thank you also. Okay. Okay. You remember earlier we had I had you read about the handwriting from your book, and I would say that maybe we both concede that the handwriting is an important part of the evidence in this crime.
She can speak for herself, but we're not going to have her speaking.
All right, no, I'm sorry.
No concessions.
No, okay.
She's answered your questions about that and with respect to her beliefs.
I'm just using that foundationally
okay.
to
wanna make
move
sure.
on so that there's no question as to why I'm moving into a particular area. And it goes to the issue of why Mr. Wolf is here in this lawsuit with respect to some elements of it. Why in the complaint there is what may appear to you to be an extremely unfair accusation or representation of you as author of the ransom note, as the person who killed her daughter or whatever. And a lot of this is to try and determine the degree to which the handwriting experts that Mr. Wolf is using in this case can accurately determine whether you are in fact the author of the ransom note or not, which is part of why we've been doing this. I just want to show you something that is, I just want you to look at it, and it again is why, so to speak, why I'd like you to mark this for Plaintiff's Exhibit 11, and I'm going to show this. Now, I'm not making any representations in this document as to whether, in fact, its submission means anything other than this was prepared by two handwriting experts. This document is not being submitted to prove the truth of anything in the document. So if you could mark that, and Lynn will stipulate to that effect. Would you mark this document as Plaintiff's Exhibit 11? Now, Mrs. Ramsey, I'm going to tell you that that document, along with reports, handwriting reports, were prepared by document examiners Sina Wong and David Liebman. And other handwriting was prepared, other handwriting was used in the form of the police exemplars that were given to my office by Mr. Wood pursuant to discovery request. And those documents are without a doubt your handwriting because they were identified by Mr. Wood as being the handwriting exemplars that you personally gave to law enforcement in Colorado at their request during that 5-day period. Now, the problem for Mr. Wolf in this case is the fact that not one of the experts, Sina Wong, David Liebman, an expert known as Gideon Epstein, Larry F. Ziegler, and an expert known as Don Lacey, have all identified you as the ransom note writer. There's no, it's not a close call as far as they're concerned. They have identified you. One of them, in fact, said, without doubt, you are the author of the ransom note. So in order to be certain that they are in fact correct in what they are looking at as examples of your handwriting, I wanted you to look at some of the documents that I gave you. And now I want you to look at the document there and see why, in fact, the issue of your authorship is such a problem.
You have a question?
Yes.
Let's ask the question.
Okay. Mrs. Ramsey, did you write the ransom note? Mrs. Ramsey, did you write the ransom note?
And before you answer that, I want to object to the form of the question, and I want to specifically object to each and every one of the prefatory comments with respect to that question, which started off a long time ago, where you said to move on so there was no question why I'm moving into a particular area. By Mr. Hoffman, it goes to the issue of why Mr. Wolf is here in this lawsuit, beginning at that point, down through and including everything except for your stipulation, which we will accept. I want to move to strike all of the prefatory comments from that beginning down through where you said and ended. Now I want you to look at the document there and see why, in fact, this, the question of your authorship, I believe, is a problem. All of those are improper as to form. I move to strike each and every one of them with the exception of your stipulation. I also want to tell you that I was very courteous in letting you sit here and in effect lecture my client. That is your one and only lecture, Mr. Hoffman. You are here to ask questions. Now, your question, as I understand it, if you'd like to restate it, is did Patsy Ramsey write the ransom note? Is that the question?
Yes, it is.
Why don't you restate that? Because I think the other question isn't worth the paper it's written on or the time you've taken up to ask it, because it's totally improper as to its form.
All right. First
Now,
of all,
ask her a question.
First of all, I'm going to respond to your ad hominem attack.
It's not an ad hominem attack.
It's an ad hominem attack, and it's done for the purposes of grandstanding, which, you know, seems to be the way you're operating.
Take that up with Judge Carnes. Why don't you just ask the question?
No, I'm going to respond to your ad hominem colloquy, which was in effect an attack on me. I was not lecturing Mrs. Ramsey, and Mrs. Ramsey, I apologize if I, in fact...
You don't have to respond to that.
I'm
You
not
have a
asking her to
question, Mr.
respond
Hoffman?
to it. No, Mr. Wood, I'm going to respond to your ad hominem attack, which is what I consider it to be. Fact is, I was not lecturing Mrs. Ramsey. I was explaining to Mrs. Ramsey, prefatory to asking her a question which could be regarded as very insensitive, which is simply, did you write the ransom note, as to why I was asking that question. And quite frankly, I don't think it was improper of me to show a certain sensitivity to a mother whose daughter has died rather brutally.
Darnay, you have not shown this family any sensitivity since March of 1997. Now, let me stop you here. No,
that's
sir.
not before.
No, sir, let me stop you here. I am not going to sit here and have you go back and forth and talk with my client or lecture my client. You are here under the federal rules of civil procedure to ask questions.
Yes.
I have the right to make an objection. If you deem my objection to be an ad hominem attack, take it up with Judge Carnes. I believe that my objection is 100% good. Now, ask a question, let's get answers, and let's move on. We don't need the back and forth every time I make an objection. Okay? Please, let's get going.
You're responsible for some degree for the back and forth. Quite frankly, under the federal rules, I don't think you have the right to interfere and try to control my deposition.
I have the right to make an objection. I did
An
make an objection, and
but
I
not
asked you
as
to
an
state your
attack on
question.
counsel, which is what, in fact, this was. This was an ad hominem attack. You characterized what I was doing with your client as lecturing her.
I think the
as
record
showing
will
a
speak
lack
for
of.
itself.
And also, I think that you spoke outside of anything that was going on here, which was to conduct that you consider to be improper on my part outside of this deposition.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You just
now.
made a reference. You can read it right back to my lack of sensitivity to
when
the
you sit
Ramsey
here and-
family in general.
You're the one making
I'm
representations
talking
on the record about being
why.
concerned.
No, I'm not
Darnay.
making representations. I
You're
am
wasting
explaining.
all of our time now.
No,
Darnay.
this is my time. Okay, this is my
you wanna
deposition
waste it-
time, and I'm going to make a record responding to your ad hominem attack on counsel.
Why don't you go ahead and
Okay.
make that record?
I've
When
just
you're
been
through,
making it. I've
she'll
been
come
making
back
it.
and she'll answer questions. You don't have to sit here and listen to this, Mrs.
If
Ramsey.
she doesn't want to, that's
Yeah,
fine.
you don't have to. You can take a break and you can go ahead and make your response.
What-
and when you have a
whatever-
question, we'll
whatever-
bring her back in here and we'll answer
Okay.
all your questions.
All right,
They're properly
well,
formed.
okay, now, All right. What we'll do is this. I'm going to ask Mrs. Ramsey a very simple question.
Thank you.
Mrs. Ramsey, did you write the ransom note that was discovered by yourself on December 26, 1996 at your home?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay, thank you. Now, at this point, I think we'll take a break. I think this would be an appropriate time to take a break. Thank you.
We're on video record at 10:55. We're on video record at 11:07.
Okay. At this point, I'd like to move on to another topic area, but just for the purposes of making a record, Mr. Wood, earlier in the deposition, said that he was going to object to, or asked to strike statements that I had made prefatory to a question that I asked Mrs. Ramsey concerning the authorship of the ransom note. And just for the record, I object to any attempt to have that stricken from the record. And that's all I want to say with respect to that. Mr. Wood, if you want to add anything to that.
Next question.
Okay. Now I'm just going to go into, I'm going to ask for some clarification of things that are in the book, things that I didn't understand. I'm going to turn your attention to page 378. It's chapter, in fact, I can let you look at that. There are two statements there. In fact, Mrs. Ramsey, if you'll just give me your book, I'll just quickly highlight it. I'm sorry about not having done this beforehand. Okay. All right. Okay. I'd like you to read the highlighted portions of on page 378 in your book, The Death of Innocence. That's the paperback edition.
The Boulder grand jury said no to an indictment.
And then the next statement that I've highlighted.
The grand jury's secret decision.
Do you have any personal knowledge as to whether or not the grand jury did, in fact, make a decision based on that statement?
Well, the district attorney, I believe, made a public statement that said there would not be an indictment.
Okay. But there's a reference here to the grand jury's secret decision.
Right.
Do you have any knowledge of a secret decision by the grand jury? Any personal knowledge? Are you referring to that?
Well, I think all of the grand jury information is under wraps or under seal or something.
Okay, so, but do you know whether or not the grand jury, in fact, made a decision in your case?
Just going from what the district attorney said, that there was no indictment.
Okay. But this doesn't indicate, the reason I'm asking you this question is that, all right, I'll withdraw. Is it Patrick Furman? Was he an attorney of yours at one point?
Yes, he was.
Okay. Were you aware that Mr. Furman made a statement that was published in the Boulder papers to the effect that there was a rumor that the grand jury had taken a straw poll and had decided not to indict?
Object to the form of the question.
Okay.
In that I think you've inadvertently perhaps made reference to the wrong lawyer.
All right.
But if you have a statement to show that might be helpful.
Let's do. I don't have that statement. I'm just asking her if she's heard that.
I am not aware of a statement by Mr. Furman in the paper.
Then I'll ask you by any of your attorneys.
No, I'm not.
To the effect that the grand jury, that there was a rumor that the grand jury had taken a secret straw poll and had decided or voted not to indict.
Talking about public statements, not anything the attorney said to
No attorney. I don't want you to reveal anything that is an attorney.
No, I'm not aware of such a statement.
Okay, because all right. So the statement, the grand jury's secret decision, is not referring to any personal knowledge that you have about what on in the grand jury room with respect to any decision to indict or not indict. Is that correct?
I think that adjective was used just referring to the grand jury as a whole does everything behind closed doors.
Okay. All right, so it's just a figure of speech. Is that correct?
Actually, I did not write this section.
Oh,
John
okay.
wrote this. You might want to ask him this
All right,
question.
very good. Thank you very much. All right, now, there's an incident in the book on page 191, which you might remember. It's fairly lengthy, and I just want you to review it. I'm not asking you to read it. It involves the alarm system that apparently failed and when you came home. I think you were in your home in Charlevoix, was that it? And it's the next to last paragraph on 191. If you could just look at that, just to refresh your memory generally.
Where it says John put in an alarm
System, yeah.
And you can read any that you need to put that
Yeah,
in
just-
context.
Mhm. Okay.
Do you remember that incident?
About putting the alarm system in?
No, but that incident where, no, your feelings with respect to security and whatever. It's not an incident. I'm going to refer to another part of the book in a minute. I'm just simply your state of mind and security systems.
I guess I'm unclear about what you're asking.
All right, what I'm going to ask you is this. What do you know whether or not first of all, when you were living in Boulder at the time of the death of your daughter, did you have a security system in your home?
Yes, we did.
Yeah. Was that a security system that you used at the time you went out that night, December 25th, as you explain it in your book when you went out visiting people? Did you have the security alarm on that night?
No, we did not.
When you moved to Atlanta, did you install a security system in your homes, any of them?
Yes, we did.
Did you have a security system in the home that's been identified as the Atlanta, not mansion, but I don't have the address, the house where John was assaulted in May of I think it was 2001? Do you know if there was a security alarm in that facility, that home in Atlanta?
There was, when we moved in, we installed a very elaborate security system. Then subsequent to that, we had some extensive remodeling done, and the security system was dismantled and was subsequently reinstalled.
Who was in charge of in Boulder with turning the security system on or off? Was that you or was that John, normally?
We normally did not use the security system in Boulder.
And why was that?
Because we felt safe in Boulder.
In Atlanta, I believe the security system was not on when John was assaulted. Do you know if that was true or not?
I don't believe that it was on.
Right. Do you know why it wasn't on?
I don't know why it wasn't on.
Were you concerned that it hadn't been left on? And
You assume it was not dismantled at that time?
Well, yeah, actually I ought to go back to that because you did mention dismantlement. I'm sorry.
I'm trying to be lenient with you. We've had a few back and forth, Darnay, but I had a lot of trouble understanding what this has to do with Chris Wolf and the allegations in his claim or the defenses to this case.
Okay. Do you want me to explain?
If you feel like you need to, it might be helpful.
All right, fine. Oftentimes, a jury or a trier of fact, as the case may be, is allowed to consider something other than forensic evidence in determining whether somebody is involved in a crime or not, or just in any event. And sometimes it's the demeanor of the witness on the stand, whether a witness is in fact telling the truth or not telling the truth, or whether there's inconsistencies in the story which are such that a jury would have a right to draw what we call an inference, and from that inference what we call consciousness of guilt. So the theory is that if a person is thought to be not telling the truth, or simply his story is so implausible or inconsistent that it indicates that there is a consciousness of guilt, which a jury can use, at least in a criminal case, to determine guilt, or can be an element in it. I hope I'm stating the law correctly. And that is one of the areas that I'm going into in the deposition for the purpose. Depositions, from what I understand, Lynn, from the federal rules, allow you to go into areas where you might be able to impeach a witness later on. And so sometimes the questions don't appear to be relevant except for the impeachment purposes. So that's one of the reasons why I'm going into this area.
Well, I'm not going to make a statement about whether I agree or disagree with your statement of the law. It's your right to make that statement. I understand impeachment. I understand that it has to go to a relevant and material issue. I have grave doubts about whether an incident in 2001 that occurred in the Ramsey's home here, where Mr. Ramsey was assaulted when he got in and found someone that had broken in and stolen a number of items from his home, has anything whatsoever to do from a relevancy standpoint or from an impeachment standpoint with the issues raised in Chris Wolf's libel lawsuit. But I'm going to let her answer the question. Objection. Because I don't think, it's one of those things that we don't need to come back and do later.
Okay.
You can get the answer,
Right.
but I just think that, if you just keep in mind that I think you're pushing the envelope here, if not going beyond it.
For the purposes, in case you raise an objection, I'll just simply explain
I'm going to let her answer it, and you
all right,
do what
briefly
you got to do.
why I'm doing this and what it is about the security system that I find intriguing in this case. And it's the fact that there were concerns expressed in the book about the security of the Ramsey family and the fact that the Ramsey family felt insecure. And naturally, one of the areas that you would think would concern a family is the fact that a night when their daughter had been murdered, the security system had not been working. And if there was any...
I believe in the book...
No,
hold on.
Sorry.
This is where we don't need to go.
Okay.
The security system was not turned on.
I know what I said.
And I think if you...
Okay, so what I said is your daughter is savagely, brutally murdered in your house and you're not using an alarm because it's too loud? Is that what I'm understanding? Yeah, because it's too loud. That's what I don't understand. Like, why would you not turn it on? I would have my alarm on and like steel doors if someone broke in my house and did what they say someone did to their daughter. I mean, that is some dark shit that happened to JonBenet Ramsey. That shit's dark. It's bad. It's not just, she was suffocated or something. The poor baby was brutalized. But that's all I wanted to say. Like, you still have kids in your house and you're not using the alarm?
Are familiar with the book, they made it very clear why they didn't use it in Boulder.
Right.
The point is, you're asking about an incident that occurred, you say, in 2001, where Mr. Ramsey came home while his house was under renovation with construction workers there and found someone in his...
Oh, shit. I didn't mean to do that. Dang it. Oh, I did not mean to do that. But listen, what I was just going to say about the construction workers is, and then they're comfortable just having like any old construction workers in their house? And how do they even know who these people are? You know what I mean? The people that they're bringing in their house. Were they careful? It doesn't sound like they were very worried about anything. Like, their daughter was brutally murdered, unsolved. They say it's an intruder. And now, I just can't. Yes, I covered the juror interview in my video. Yeah, and then they leave Burke in the room. Oh, yeah, they're asked and they're like, yeah, we checked on him really quick. You would have, I mean, and if you had money like them, I would have security at my house. I mean, this dude, John Ramsay, sold his business to Lockheed Martin. This isn't a joke. Like, he's a multimillionaire. Why couldn't they have security? Why was Burke running around a month after the murder with no security? Yeah, I mean, you don't just go through life when something like this happens just nonchalant. This is something fucking traumatizing. And you know what? Take it a step further, CEO. They saw her body. John handled her body, and her body lay in their living room for at least 3 hours that day. You would not be nonchalant. Why do they feel comfortable walking around? Aren't they scared that this intruder might get them? She doesn't seem scared of that. It doesn't make sense.
You are not going to characterize what my efforts are for my clients in a deposition as grandstanding or otherwise. That is totally inappropriate. Look, I am trying to make an objection, and if necessary an instruction, which at the beginning of this deposition we all agreed was appropriate if you went outside of areas relevant to the claims and defenses in the lawsuit. I happen to believe that if the question you're trying to get to is why did John and/or Patsy Ramsey agree in year 2000 or 2001 to an interview with the National Enquirer, that that is not relevant to the claims or defenses in this libel lawsuit. If that's the question, I am going to instruct them not to answer. So why don't you just ask the question and let's get it and leave off all this back and forth, and what I do think might be better described now is somewhat of an ad hominem attack, which is okay if you want to do it, but it's just a waste of all of our time.
Just to clarify one thing, I believe that in the event that the judge were to issue an order for Mrs. Ramsey to compel her to answer certain questions, that the record must reflect the fact that she has refused to answer it, not that her counsel, because the judge will not be ordering you to answer it, they'll be ordering Mrs. Ramsey, and unless the court is clear that it is Mrs. Ramsey who is refusing to answer the question and not yourself, I have to make that as a record, and that is the law, sir.
Darnay, please ask your question, and then I'm going to instruct my client appropriately and if necessary, and then, the Judge Carnes will determine the law. Just ask the question, for gosh sakes. Let's get going.
Mrs. Ramsey, do you know why you agreed to a National Enquirer interview?
And I instruct you not to answer on the grounds that that issue is not relevant to any claim or defense in this lawsuit.
Now, Mrs. Ramsey, will you still answer the question?
I instruct you not to respond to that question. She will, in fact, follow her lawyer's instructions, just as any client should appropriately follow her lawyer's instructions, so that she does not waive any right she has to have Judge Carnes review this issue and rule appropriately.
Can I take
Next
that
question,
as a no
please.
from your witness?
She loves having this lawyer. She loves how much of a bulldog he is for her. She knows that she is 100% protected right here, in my opinion. She's way too comfortable. This wouldn't be a comfortable situation, right? This wouldn't be comfortable at all. And the fact that she didn't protect herself in the way, like, bodyguards? I mean, what?
You may take that for exactly what it is. My statement on this record. Next question, please.
All right, Mrs. Ramsey, I'm looking at this interview, and actually, since we have 2 minutes, What I'd like to do is give
John
you
is
an
up
opportunity
next, guys.
to review this interview, because I'm going to ask you questions about statements that you allegedly made in the interview. And since we have only a minute to go before we change, I think this will be an appropriate time
Whatever you like to do.
to break and give you an opportunity to read the interview. Okay? All right.
The video record at 11:35.
Okay, I think. Oh, it's a little more of her. Let me see.
Mrs. Ramsey, I have shown you.
This is more handwriting shit, and I just can't with her. So I am going to fast forward. Let's see how long. Yeah, we're going to fast forward to John. Since John. Oh, and he's already drinking water. He's drinking water before he even begins. I agree with you, Kimmy. I wouldn't need a lawyer speaking for me either, and I wouldn't need to hide behind one. You say I'm a suspect, that's fine, but I'm going to prove that I'm not. So I'm not going to act like this. Because the truth will come out. If you're not lying, the truth will come out. Well, the truth hasn't come out for 30 years. But here we go. This is Mr. John Ramsey, December 12th, 2020 or 2001, December 12th. So you'd be rearing on the anniversary of this tragedy, as John likes to call it. Tragedy. I don't know. But you would be on the cusp of the 2-year anniversary when he did this interview. I didn't realize it was so close to the anniversary. So that would be triggering as well, right? Like when you get around the anniversary time and then you're having to talk about this and give this deposition and like recall everything, you might just be a little bit triggered. So let's keep that in mind as we watch Mr. Ramsey.
We're on the video record at 9:49.
Good morning. This is the deposition of John Ramsey in the case of Robert Christian Wolf versus JonBenet Ramsey and Patricia Paul Ramsey. I am the lead counsel for the plaintiff, Chris Wolf. The gentleman here identify themselves.
My name is Lynn Wood. I represent the defendants, John and Patsy Ramsey.
My name is Jim Rawls. I am co-counsel for the defendants, John and Patsy Ramsey.
I'm Patsy Ramsey. Haley Paul.
Eric Schroeder. Evan Altman, co-counsel with Darnay Hoffman, representing the plaintiff.
Okay.
The deposition is taken pursuant to the federal rules of civil procedure. The deposition is taken pursuant to agreement of counsel. Deposition is taken pursuant to a stipulation and protective order agreed to by all parties, which protective order specifically states, as we went over yesterday, the right of counsel to make sure that this deposition is not abused and that only areas that are relevant to the claims and defenses in this lawsuit are inquired of today in this deposition. Anything you want to add to that, Mr. Hoffman?
No, sounds like pretty much what we agreed yesterday was the case. And I believe yesterday you also explained what you believe the claims were, in fact, that would be relevant with respect to the deposition. So based on yesterday's statement, we'll just continue the deposition.
Want to swear the witness, please?
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony about to give you the truth, all truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Your full name, please, sir?
JonBenet Ramsey.
Have you ever attended a deposition before?
Yes.
Are you familiar with deposition procedure?
I wouldn't say I'm familiar with it. I've been in one deposition.
All right. If at any time you don't understand
He
the
will
question,
answer questions, and he understands how to proceed with answering your questions. You do not need to counsel or advise him in that regard. Your job is to ask questions. If you would go ahead and pose a question to the witness, please, sir.
This is my deposition, Mr.
It is your
Wood.
deposition, but you're not here to
Please.
lecture or counsel or advise my witness on what he is to do or not to do. Trust me, he will answer your questions, and if he doesn't understand them, he will so indicate. Ask your first question, please.
Mr. Ramsey, who is Chris Wolf?
Chris Wolf is your client, and he is a person who came to our attention as someone who should be looked at as a possible suspect in the murder of our daughter.
Do you remember how Mr. Wolf came to your attention as a possible suspect?
I believe he contacted my wife's parents. No, I'm sorry, his girlfriend contacted my wife's parents and said she firmly believed that he was the killer of my daughter, that he had been out all night, returned home early that morning, and that we needed to look at him.
Do you know what was done with that information when your parents or Mrs. Ramsey's parents were given that?
I'm sure we referred it to our attorneys through our attorneys to our investigators.
Right. Do you know which investigators were responsible for investigating that claim on your behalf?
Not for certain. I think probably they were involved. Each involved.
You got to watch
at
his nodding too.
Stages.
It doesn't match.
Do you know the names of the investigators that were involved?
I do.
Could you give me the names?
Well, there was a group called Ellis Armistead and Associates, David Williams.
Wait for the lizard tongue. When he starts talking about JonBenet.
John, I can't think of his last name. Those were the principal investigators that our attorneys retained.
Without revealing the substance of what you were given with respect to any reports that your investigators may have given you, do you remember if you ever saw any investigative reports concerning Chris Wolf?
I don't remember seeing any investigative reports regarding Chris Wolf.
Do you remember whether or not you were shown investigative reports with respect to any of the other potential suspects that you may or may not have been looking at?
I don't recall ever seeing a report on any suspect that they might have looked at.
All right. For the purpose of my next question, I'd like the court reporter to please mark this as Plaintiff's Exhibit
14.
14? Is that it? Plaintiff's Exhibit 14 for identification. And actually, I'm going to turn to the point, you can review the whole document, but the point at which I'm going to direct Mr. Ramsey to look at this. Thank you.
Stacy. Let me put on my spectacles.
You want me to read this part that's highlighted?
Yes, after you've had an opportunity to read it to yourself. Please read it out loud.
You want me to read it out loud?
Yes,
I'm sorry, I
please
wasn't
do.
listening. I
Thank
was
you,
reading.
Mr. Ramsey.
Katie
two.
Couric, you also mentioned Chris Wolf, a total stranger whose girlfriend reported that he had disappeared on Christmas night and was very agitated, rather, when he watched the news of the murder on TV. John Ramsay, Katie Couric, why do you mention him? John Ramsay, because he'd been widely mentioned in the news and we wanted to clarify the facts that we knew. John Ramsay, I can tell you when we first started looking at it, one particular lead early on, my reaction was, this is it, this is the killer. And our investigator said, whoa, whoa, whoa. He'd say, don't do a Boulder police on me, don't rush to conclusions.
Do you remember making this statement?
I don't remember making the statement, but that was a number of years ago, I guess. So,
in fact, just simply for the record, I believe this is the Katie Couric Today show. It was aired on, I believe, March 24th. and I believe it was in the year 2000.
You're talking about the statement to Katie or the statement to the investigator?
The statement to Katie. That,
do you understand that he was asking if you remember making a statement to Katie as opposed to the investigator?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, do you remember who it was that you were made the statement, this is it, this is the killer? Do you remember who that person was the investigator had shown you material on?
Yes.
Can you name that person?
I don't recall his first name. Helgoth was his last name. Fellow that committed suicide on Valentine's Day, the day that Alex Hunter told the world that they were going to get the killer.
Right. So you were not referring to Chris Wolf in that statement, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, I want to ask you, in the statement, there is a reference to an early lead. What kind of lead was it? Was it, you know, specifically, since you weren't shown any files?
Do you mean how was he imparted the information?
Yeah,
imparted to him about
I'd asked him earlier if he'd ever had an opportunity to review any of the investigative files on any of the murder suspects.
You asked him if he had ever reviewed any investigative reports.
All right, reports.
And now you're asking him how he obtained the information about Helgoth.
Yeah, if he hadn't seen any investigative reports.
I think, I don't recall specifically whether my attorney told me about him or one of the investigators, but typically I communicated with my attorney.
Were you actually shown evidence, or were you just simply given a summary?
I have not seen any evidence that the police have.
Any evidence that your investigators have?
I've seen a few things relating to your client. I don't know that I've seen anything relating to Helgoth.
Were you involved in directing the activities of these investigators that were working on your behalf?
I was not.
Then what was basically your association with the private investigation of the potential suspects in the murder of JonBenet Ramsey?
The investigators were retained by our attorneys, and they stated to me that the principal purpose of those investigators was to prepare a defense in the case that the police might bring a charge against me. I hoped that they would also follow up on leads that came to us, but I was frequently reminded by our attorneys that their principal role was to prepare a defense, should that be necessary.
For a moment, I just want to direct you to the morning of December 26th. And to the degree that you can remember things today, I'd like to ask you if you could just briefly summarize what happened when you got up that morning.
Well, I got up, was showering, getting prepared for a trip that we were leaving on early that morning. I heard Patsy scream. I ran downstairs. She told me that JonBenet was missing, that there was a ransom note. She asked me, what should we do? I said, call the police.
Sounds legit.
Sometime during that frantic period, we checked on Burke. He appeared to be asleep to us. A uniformed officer arrives reasonably quickly. And I focused all the energy I could focus on getting my daughter back from that point on.
When the police officer arrived, do you remember the name of the police officer?
I think it was French. was the first one there, Officer French.
Did you have an opportunity to observe what Officer French did at that point when he arrived? Did he speak to you?
He spoke to me. I told him my daughter had been kidnapped. He said, do you think she might have just run away? And I said, for heaven's sake, she's only 6 years old. No, I don't. He asked us all to, Patsy and I, to stay in the sunroom, which is a small room off our living room. So I didn't see all that he did beyond that.
You say that he asked you to stay in the sunroom. Did you remain in the sunroom the whole morning?
We did not. Other people arrived. The police arrived. They asked to use our cell phones because theirs were dead. They asked us to do a number of things that required us to leave that room.
Did Officer French give you any explanation as to why you want you just to remain in the sunroom?
No.
Okay. Did anybody ask you to go back to the sunroom and remain there?
No.
Did any other law enforcement official ask you to remain in any other part of the house?
No.
Do you remember, in a general way, where you were in the morning from the time the police arrived and you left the sunroom? Could you just sort of walk me through what was going on?
I was in the house. That's probably the best I could tell you.
Did you ever have occasion prior to, say, 1 o'clock in the afternoon to go down to the basement?
Yes.
How many times?
Twice.
Prior to 1 o'clock?
I don't know what time it was. I wasn't
prior
paying
to the
attention.
time that I believe it was Linda Arndt had asked people to begin looking around the house?
Linda Arndt asked me to look around the house. Yes.
Did she ask anybody else to do it?
I don't remember her specific instruction, no.
Prior to Linda Arndt asking you to look around the house, how many times did you go to the basement?
Once.
Do you remember at what time in the morning you went to the basement?
I do not.
All right. Do you remember what you saw in the basement when you went down there?
I saw a partially open window with broken glass and a suitcase beneath the window.
When you were, did you see anything else there?
Not that looked out of the ordinary.
May I ask why you went to the basement at that time?
I was trying to determine how someone could have gotten into our house.
Did anyone ask you to go to the basement at that time?
No.
Do you know if anybody saw you go to the basement at that time?
I have no idea.
When you saw that the basement was in the condition that it was in, as you've just described it, and you came back upstairs, did you inform anybody of what you found in the basement?
I don't recall specifically if I did or not. I have a vague recollection of telling Linda Arndt that I found an open window with broken glass, but that I perhaps had broken that glass myself months earlier.
Do you think you might have
perhaps
mentioned that to any other law enforcement officer beside Linda Arndt?
Not that I recall.
When Linda Arndt asked you to go down to the basement, I think that was sometime in the early afternoon.
I don't remember the time. I really don't.
When she asked you to go down to the basement, could you explain why you chose going to the basement since you'd already been there earlier?
She told me to go through the house and look for anything, go through the house thoroughly, as I recall, and look for anything that seems out of place. And so my intent was to do it thoroughly.
Did you ask Fleet White to join you?
I think I did, as I recall.
Do you remember exactly the sequence of events when you went down to the basement the second time?
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell me where you looked?
I went back into the train room, showed Fleet the broken window, explained to him that I might have broken it myself months ago.
That he might have broken it?
Showed him
You
the
don't
suitcase
remember?
that I saw under the window, which I felt was very out of place.
Hold on.
looked for any.
The suitcase, by the way, has his son's semen on a blanket inside the suitcase that was up against the wall. And they were getting ready to go on a trip. Suitcase, semen, the son's. What?
Large pieces of broken glass. And then I got up and went to the cellar room, opened the door, and found JonBenet.
Do you remember why you decided to go to the cellar door at that particular time?
It was the next door outside of the train room. Other than that, no, it was a methodical search in my mind.
You're a liar.
Was there a reason that you hadn't looked at that door the first time you went down to the basement?
There's no external exit from that room. So I was at the first time I went to the basement, I was trying to figure out how someone could possibly have gotten into our home.
Do you remember whether or not Fleet White said anything to you while you were down in the basement, showing him the broken window and the suitcase?
I don't remember that he said anything.
Okay. Were you the first one to go to the cellar door?
I don't know.
When you opened the cellar door, can you describe, to the best of your recollection today, what it was that you saw?
I saw a white blanket, and I knew immediately I'd found JonBenet.
Had you turned the light on, or?
I don't remember turning the light on.
When you found the white blanket, what did you do?
I took the tape off of her mouth. I tried to untie the cord that was wrapped around her arms, and I kissed her and talked to her.
Did you do anything then, after that?
I realized that she wasn't just asleep, that this was not good, and I carried her upstairs.
Do you know what, if anything, what Fleet White was doing at that time?
I have no idea what he was doing. I wasn't aware that he was around me.
So you wouldn't have known whether or not he had stepped into the cellar area where her body was?
I don't remember him stepping into the cellar area, no.
Do you remember asking him to go upstairs and get assistance or help?
I did not. I did not ask him that.
During the time, I'm going to direct your attention to a time that's earlier than the time you found JonBenet's body, and that is the time when the police were in the house. Between the time Officer French first arrived and the time Linda Arndt asked you to make a more thorough search of the house. Were you questioned by the police?
Yes, I think I was.
Do you remember making statements to the police?
I remember responding to a number of questions they had.
Do you remember if you were asked whether or not the house was secured when you went to bed the night before?
No, I don't remember that they asked me that question.
Do you remember ever telling any law enforcement officer that the house had been secured before you went to bed that night?
I remember telling, I believe it was Linda Arndt, that I thought all the doors were locked. And I didn't understand how someone could have gotten in. Of course, I learned later that one of the doors was found wide open.
Did you know whether or not the security alarm was on that night?
It was not on.
Did you tell Linda Arndt or any other police officer that the security alarm was off the night before?
No, I don't believe I did.
When when you spoke to the police, did you offer them any theories as to why you thought JonBenet was missing?
I responded to a number of questions they had.
Do you remember some of those questions?
Oh, they asked, was anyone angry with you at work? Was anyone around you acting peculiar recently in the last few days? Anyone you could think of that would do such a thing?
And do you remember what you answered?
Oh, not completely. I know that in terms of people that were angry with me at work, I mentioned Jeff Merrick, who we had terminated.
Damn, he's throwing down names
Due to
and stuff?
performance, and he was extremely angry to the point of making threats in the past 6 months.
So he's going to
prior
essay
that.
your daughter? You prick.
Patsy made me aware of Linda Hoffman Pugh's strange behavior just prior to, but you need to ask Patsy about that because that's not firsthand information.
Anyone else?
I don't believe so.
Do you remember what, if any, other questions you were asked by any of the law enforcement people that were present?
Well, they asked if we had any recent pictures of JonBenet.
Ooh, pictures from the pedo photographer?
Gosh, that's the only one I can remember.
Were you asked at any time by law enforcement during this period what had transpired the night before in your home?
During that period, I don't recall that they asked that.
Can you remember what occurred on December 25th, say from the morning on?
Generally, I can.
Could you give me just a general summary to the best of your knowledge?
I remember the kids bounding into our room that morning, excited to open their presents. Our normal tradition is that I go downstairs, turn on the Christmas tree lights. I brought a bicycle out of the garage that I had as a surprise for Patsy.
I
The
bet
kids
you
came
did.
down, we opened presents. JonBenet wanted me to take movies, but my battery was dead. We had breakfast, a Christmas breakfast.
Do you remember what was served at that breakfast?
Not.
He doesn't remember
no,
shit.
I don't.
He remembers nothing.
Probably pancakes.
Was that a family favorite?
Wait a second. You asked him a question, and he was trying to answer it. Why don't you let him finish his answer?
All right, sorry.
I enjoyed making pancakes for the kids, and JonBenet enjoyed decorating them. So yes, it was kind of a special treat.
And after you'd finished breakfast, do you remember what you were doing?
CEO?
At some point, I went out to the airport to pre-pack some gifts in the airplane, check it out, get it ready for an early morning departure. I remember kids being in and out of the house when I was there, neighborhood kids. We were going to go to the Whites that evening for a dinner. I remember JonBenet asking me to
go with her on her bike,
help her ride her bike around the corner, around the block, her new bike that she'd gotten for Christmas.
Here comes the tongue. Wait for it. The Lizard King.
That's generally what I remember that day.
Do you remember what happened in the evening, what you were doing in the evening?
Well, we went to the Whites' house where they had family and relatives, friends, I guess. We were perhaps the only friends there for a Christmas dinner.
Do you remember anything else about that Christmas dinner at Fleet White's?
Nothing notable. It was a family dinner.
What, if anything, did you do after Fleet White's dinner?
We left. Patsy wanted to drop 2 gifts off at the Walkers and the Steins, which we did on the way home.
What were the 2 gifts? Hold on.
In the driveway into the garage. JonBenet was
What 2 gifts did they drop off? Their 2 kids? Were there 2 kids the fucking gifts? I mean, what? Did anybody ever ask, okay, what gifts did you drop off? And did they clarify with the Steins that they received gifts that were left? I mean, what?
Sleep in the back of the car. I carried her upstairs and put her to bed.
Now wait
was that
for
the
it.
last time you saw JonBenet alive?
Yes, it was.
Do you know if Patsy joined you in the bedroom when you put JonBenet to bed?
He remembers everything.
I don't recall that she was in the bedroom when I was in the bedroom.
Do you?
Okay, that was weird to me as well. And there we have the tongue fly out of his mouth. So he's asked if Patsy was in the bedroom when John was putting JonBenet to bed. Right? Now watch.
She was playing with Daphne upstairs. When we arrived home.
Do you remember whether she woke up at any time between the time you saw her asleep in the car?
Relatives, friends, I guess. We were perhaps the only friends there. For a Christmas dinner.
Do you remember anything else about?
He's not too certain about the
that
dinner
Christmas
either.
at Fleet White's?
Nothing notable. It was a family dinner.
What, if anything, did you do after Fleet White's dinner?
It was a family dinner, and then he clears his throat. But he said earlier it was family, friends, relatives, and then he's like, I think we were the only friends there. But their fucking pastor was there. I want a list of who was at that party, and I want them all interviewed stat.
Left. Patsy wanted to drop 2 gifts off at the Walkers and the Steins, which we did on the way home. We pulled in the driveway into the garage. JonBenet was asleep in the back of the car. I carried her upstairs and put her to bed.
Okay, now listen to this part.
Was that the last time you saw JonBenet alive?
Yes, it was.
Do you know if Patsy joined you in the bedroom when you put JonBenet to bed?
I don't recall that she was in the bedroom when I was in the bedroom.
Lick.
Do you remember what JonBenet?
It's so gross. He talks about being in her bedroom and licks his lips.
Doing that evening when you were over at the Fleet White's?
She was playing with Daphne upstairs.
This is the highlight of his night.
She and Daphne had both received a little bead-making machine, and she and I and Fleet and Daphne sat on the floor and made necklace beads.
Do you remember anything else?
Made necklace beads. So Mr. Fleet White, his daughter Daphne, and John sat on the floor and made bead necklaces. Huh?
She was playing with Daphne upstairs. She and Daphne had both received a little bead-making machine, and she and I and Fleet and Daphne sat on the floor and made necklace beads.
Do you remember anything else?
That's the highlight of my memory.
Do you have any
highlight-
memory of?
Ah, shit. I didn't. Oh, my God. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to do that. Wait, what? That's the highlight of the dinner on Christmas at the Whites? At the Whites? How is that the highlight of your night? Playing with Daphne and fucking Fleet was the highlight of your night?
Nothing notable. It was a family dinner.
What, if anything, did you do after Fleet White's dinner?
We left. Patsy wanted to drop 2 gifts off at the Walkers and the Steins, which we did on the way home. We pulled in the driveway into the garage. JonBenet was asleep in the back of the car. I carried her upstairs and put her to bed.
Was that the last time you saw JonBenet alive?
Yes, it was.
Do you know if Patsy joined you in the bedroom when you put JonBenet to bed?
I don't recall that she was in the bedroom when I was in the bedroom.
Do you remember what JonBenet was doing that evening when you were over at the Fleet Whites?
She was playing with Daphne upstairs. She and Daphne had both received a little bead-making machine. And she and I and Fleet and Daphne sat on the floor and made necklace beads.
Do you remember anything else?
That's the highlight of my memory.
Do you have any memory of what she was doing after you left Fleet White's?
She was asleep.
How soon after you left Fleet White did she go to sleep?
I don't know. Sometime between the time she got in the car and when we arrived home.
Do you remember whether she woke up at any time between the time you saw her asleep in the car and the time you put her to bed that
She
night?
did not.
At that point, after you put her to bed, what, if anything, did you do?
He took a drink of tea.
I went downstairs to get Burke in bed. He was putting together a little plastic toy that he'd got.
Okay. So this is the other part that bothers me, right? So he expects the normal average person to believe that they were at the Whites party. Patsy was gung-ho to drop off her gifts. So they went and dropped off the gifts at the Steins and the Walkers. Pretty sure I have this right. Steins and the Walkers get their gifts. They go home. They pull into the garage. JonBenet is asleep. He carries her up the stairs. Now, we're about to hear the next part that doesn't make sense. And that is that Patsy, we're expected to believe that Burke just went on his own and started fucking around putting together a toy. And Patsy just said, fuck this, I'm going to bed. And John put JonBenet to bed. Then took the time to put together a toy with Burke. Even though he needed a melatonin because he had to get to sleep because they had a flight in the morning they had to take, right? He was going to fly the next day. He's flying his family on the private jet to Michigan the next day. So we're expected to believe that she just said, fuck this, went to bed, and let him deal with the children. And someone mysteriously got pineapple for one of the kids. And then he helps Burke put this toy together, and then he puts Burke to bed. How precious. How precious. I don't like the sounds of any of this. I mean, unless Patsy was inebriated, you know, and she's like, I gotta go pass out, or she was sick or something. But no, she said she took the time to take her clothing off and drapes it over the bathtub and then go to bed with the lights on, waiting for John to just put the kids to bed. It doesn't make sense.
That's the highlight of my memory.
Do you have any memory of what she was doing after you left Fleet White?
Licks his lips again.
How soon after you left Fleet White did she go to sleep?
I don't know. Sometime between the time she got in the car and when we arrived home.
Okay, so he doesn't know. This is another red flag. Hold up, hold up. This is a huge red flag because he was just asked, did JonBenet wake? When did she fall asleep? And he said, I don't know. Sometime between leaving the Whites and arriving home. So you mean to tell me that I just lost my train of thought because I'm reading Unsolved Mysteries comments. I forgot what I was fucking saying. Dang it. I hate when that happens. Hold on. I just have to play a few seconds.
Did on the way home. We pulled in the driveway.
Oh, yeah. So he says she was sleeping. I don't know when she fell asleep. So when they went to those two people's houses, the Walkers and the Steins, right? So they're at the Walkers and the Steins, and they speak to the families. They don't know if JonBenet's awake. Like, JonBenet's not going to say anything if they're at the Walkers or the Steins. I mean, she's 6. How would you not know when she fell asleep? It doesn't make sense.
Garage. JonBenet was asleep in the back of the car. I carried her upstairs and put her to bed.
Was that the last time you saw JonBenet alive?
Yes, it was.
Do you know if Patsy joined you in the bedroom when you put JonBenet to bed?
I don't recall that she was in
Who
the
put her jammies on? Or was she wearing her jammies at the Whites? Because I think Kimmy said that that picture, but I don't think that would be taken at the Whites. I think that picture was from Christmas morning because she had her bike.
bedroom when I was in the bedroom.
Do you
well, where was she?
Remember what JonBenet was doing that evening when you were over at the Fleet Whites?
She was playing with Daphne upstairs. She and Daphne.
Playing with Daphne upstairs. So does that mean that John and Fleet were upstairs with Daphne and JonBenet playing beads? Patsy put the long johns on after John carried her to bed. Well, he doesn't say that. That's not what he says. Unsolved mystery. We're about to listen to that because he left that little small detail out.
We had both received a little bead making machine, and she and I and Fleet and Daphne sat on the floor and made necklace beads.
I am sick.
Do you remember anything else?
That's the highlight of my memory.
Do you have any memory of what she was doing after you left Fleet White's?
She was asleep.
How soon after you left Fleet White did she go to sleep?
I don't know. Sometime between the time she got in the car and when we arrived home.
Do you remember whether she woke up at any time between the time you saw her asleep in the car and the time you put her to bed that
She
night?
did not.
At that point, after you put her to bed, what, if anything, did you do?
I went downstairs to get Burke in bed. He was putting together a little plastic toy that he'd gotten for Christmas. I helped him finish it so he could get off to bed. And we did that, and then I went to bed myself.
When you say you went to bed yourself, do you remember?
Okay, so now, oh God, I feel sick. Okay, so now, we're about to hear his bedtime routine. Okay, his bedtime routine. He got Burke in bed, and then he went to bed himself, and now he's asked his nighttime routine.
exactly the sequence by which you prepared for going to bed that night?
I think I took my clothes off, brushed my teeth, put my pajamas on, and crawled into bed.
That's the order? What, John? Can you tell us that again in that same order, please?
When we arrived home.
Do you remember whether she woke up at any time between the time you saw her asleep in the car?
I think it was a single tablet, as I recall. Relatives, friends.
Oh my God, I
yes.
went too far. Sorry.
Did you do anything else?
Not that I remember.
Oh, that tongue.
To bed myself.
When you say you went to bed yourself, do you remember exactly the sequence by which you prepared for going to bed that night?
I think I took my clothes off, brushed my teeth, put my pajamas on, and crawled into bed.
Did you do anything else?
Not that I remember.
Did you use anything to help yourself go to sleep?
I took a melatonin tablet.
Do you know the amount of melatonin you took?
No, it was an over-the-counter tablet.
Was it a single tablet or half a tablet or two tablets?
I think it was a single tablet, as I recall.
Do you remember the brand?
No.
Do you know or remember whether or not you read anything before going to sleep?
I read for a few minutes, as I recall, before I turned the light out.
Okay, first of all, he's mentioning the beads because it was the highlight of his fucking night. Now he's saying he read for a little bit. Okay? Patsy didn't help him get the kids to bed. She didn't do shit. Okay? You're about to find out what she did. She's already asleep. Wait for it.
Do you remember at any point Patsy joining you in bed that night?
Patsy was in bed before I went to bed.
Do you remember what Patsy was wearing when she got into bed or was in bed?
So Patsy already was in bed. Make it make sense.
I don't remember specifically, no.
All right. Did you wake up at all during the night?
I did not.
Was this routine pretty much the normal routine when you went to bed at night, when you were at home?
To take off his clothes.
To
take off his clothes.
Was anything different than anything different than that?
Pretty standard routine.
Pretty standard routine. And
except I usually didn't take a melatonin tablet every night.
Why were you taking the melatonin that night?
I wanted to be sure I slept well because we were going to get up early and I was going to fly to Minneapolis and then on to Michigan. I wanted to be fresh.
Do you know if...
Oh, and he licked his lips again. So remember the ransom note said, "I hope you're well rested, John."
Mrs. Ramsey was taking any medication to help her sleep?
Not to my
any
knowledge.
melatonin?
No, I don't believe so.
You mentioned that you were going to fly to, where was it?
Minneapolis and then on to Charlevoix, Michigan.
You have a pilot's license, I presume?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell me what sort of pilot's license you have?
I have a commercial license. I have a flight instructor license for airplanes, for instrument flying. I have a multi-engine rating, and I have an instrument rating.
What sort of planes does that allow you to fly?
Anything below 12,500 pounds gross weight.
Does that include twin engines?
Yes.
Does it include any kind of a jet?
Most jets are over 12,500 pounds that I know of.
May I ask you where you learned to fly?
My dad taught me.
Did you ever have occasion to fly when you were in the military?
No, I did not, other than in flying clubs.
Was that the normal means by which you would travel? You would fly yourself, or did you take commercial airliners? Travel around the country whenever you were traveling.
If I was flying for business, I normally would take commercial airlines. If I was flying personally with my family, we normally flew ourselves.
You say that, I understand that you were in the Navy, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. When you were in the Navy, can you describe, if you remember, pretty much what area you were responsible for as a serviceman?
Well, I was a civil engineer corps officer. I was stationed in the Philippines for 2 years. I was the civil engineer for the Naval Supply Depot in the Philippines. I was transferred to Atlanta, where I was the base engineer for the Naval Air Station in Atlanta.
But he never learned to tie one knot.
Can you describe what you were doing as an engineer?
Contract management. We ran all the base utilities, maintenance and repair, road construction, long-term planning, site planning.
Were you actually involved in any hands-on engineering projects?
I had a staff that did that. I was in charge of the staff.
So, were you ever involved in any of the actual construction?
Did I pound nails? No.
Or do anything like that in any sort of manual labor way?
In the military?
Yeah, in the
I
military.
did not.
When you were not in the military, did you do that?
I enjoy remodeling and doing work with my hands, yes.
Oh, like
Did
Hewerman?
you do any remodeling in your home in Boulder?
We did quite a bit of remodeling. I did not do any of the work there, as I recall.
Did you have occasion to do remodeling in any of your other homes?
We have remodeled every home you've owned.
Have you personally done any remodeling in any of these homes?
Yes.
When you were in the Navy, you went through basic training, naturally.
I went through Officer Candidate School in Newport, Rhode Island.
And can you just describe briefly what your basic training was like?
It was physical training, it was navigation, celestial navigation, seamanship, rules of the road relative to ship movement, and generally familiarization with military procedures and the military system.
You say that one of the areas that you were instructed in was seamanship?
Navigation and piloting. You were being prepared to captain a ship.
Did any of your basic training involve, and I don't know if they still do this, learning various nautical knots?
No.
Do you sail at all?
I used to.
Did you pilot your own sailboat, or did you have
Yes.
someone do it for you?
No.
Did you receive any training in sailing?
Touch his face.
No.
Are you familiar with the various knots involved in sailing?
I'm really not. I should be, but I'm not.
All right. So how would you generally moor your craft?
I would tie it up on a cleat.
Was there any sort of knot that you used that you could identify that has a technical term?
I don't know the technical term for it.
Have you had occasion to be able to look at the knot that was tied around the so-called paintbrush garret?
I have not.
Okay. Is there any reason why you haven't?
It's very painful for me, Mr. Hoffman.
I understand that. But with your nautical training, do you think that you could in any way be able to identify the sort of knot?
No.
Okay. Do you know whether or not any of, if your private investigators hired anyone to look at the way in which that knot was made and to give a report on it?
Not to my knowledge.
Do you know if any of your investigators have been involved in trying to look at forensic evidence?
What is forensic evidence?
Any of the physical evidence that might have been at the scene that you might have had occasion to have?
Forensic evidence.
Well, I think
takes
any
a
evidence that was at the scene was in the possession of the police. I don't know that we had any physical evidence that.
Would the ransom note be considered physical evidence in your mind?
Absolutely.
Do you know whether or not your investigators had occasion to have anyone who was professional in this area examine the ransom note?
I believe they did.
Do you know, well, first of all, were you ever given a copy of the ransom note?
Patsy handed it to me that morning. Yes.
Do you know what happened to the ransom note after Patsy handed it to you?
I gave it to Officer French when he arrived.
Did you give the ransom note to any of the friends that you had invited to
I
come
did
over?
not.
Do you know if the ransom note was passed around to other police officers? Did you have occasion to observe that?
I don't know.
Do you know what happened to the ransom note after you gave it to Officer French?
Not for certain. I think they took it and made copies of it.
Do you remember the next time you saw the ransom note?
I think Linda Arndt or someone gave me a Xerox copy of it that morning as we were waiting.
Do you know why she gave you a Xerox copy of it?
No.
Did you ask for a Xerox copy of it?
No.
Mark.
You say you had an opportunity to read the ransom note when it was initially discovered by Patsy.
Yes.
Is that correct? Can you tell me how much time you spent reading it?
Not specifically. It was, I spread it out on the floor and tried to read it as quickly as possible.
Do you remember when was it in the morning that Linda Arndt gave you a copy of the ransom note?
It was prior to finding JonBenet. I don't remember specifically what time.
Do you know how she was able to make a copy for you?
I do not.
When she gave you a copy of the ransom note, did you at any point in the morning read it again?
Yes.
Did you read it more than once?
Yes.
Do you remember how many times you may have read it?
No.
Would you say a dozen times?
I don't remember. I mean, I was trying to figure out, to the best of my ability, who in the world had my daughter.
And were you looking at the ransom note for that purpose?
Yes.
When you were looking at the ransom note, was there anything in the language of the ransom note that struck you as peculiar?
The whole thing was peculiar. We were addressed as Mr. and Mrs. Ramsey, and then they switched to John personally. They asked for $20 bills and $100 bills, as I recall.
As I recall.
The amount was a very odd amount. The way the note was signed was very odd. The cruelty that they threatened was bizarre. It's a very sick mind that wrote that note.
Were there any phrases in that ransom note that you thought were peculiar?
I don't remember at that time that I thought that, but certainly later we focused in on some phrases that seemed very peculiar.
When you say we focused in on some phrases that were peculiar, can you identify the
Talking
we?
corporately in terms of everyone that was looking at the note.
Can you tell me what phrases you were focusing on as peculiar?
Oh, I think the grow a brain phrase was
Is that something your wife would tell
one
you?
that,
Grow a brain,
looked
John.
odd. You're not the only fat cat in this town.
Sounds like your
John.
wife, too.
Those are the two I recall now.
Use your good common sense, John. Do you remember that phrase?
Your good common southern sense or something like that.
Did those phrases seem peculiar to you?
On reflection, they did. I don't remember how they struck me that morning.
Had you ever heard any of those phrases used in relation to you before?
In relation to me, no.
Had you heard anybody that you knew ever use those as common phrases in their speech?
Yes.
Can you identify them?
Priscilla White used the term fat cat in my presence.
Any other phrases that you could remember somebody using?
No.
Did anybody in your family ever use any of those phrases?
No.
The phrase common sense or good Southern common sense? Have you
Yeah,
ever
your
heard anybody
wife,
use that
dude.
before?
Quit
He asked me,
lying.
has ever heard anybody use the term common sense?
No.
Why don't you give him a
good Southern
precise
sense.
phrase from the ransom note so that we don't have any misunderstandings
I'll-
about what you're asking, Mr.
I'll go back and ask him that. I'll get the ransom note in a bit. Just want to see what he remembers.
Well, I mean, he's telling you what he remembers in response to your question, but when you ask him, have you ever heard anybody use the phrase common sense or good common sense, I want to know precisely what you're asking. He's entitled
Grow
to
a
do that. That's your
brain,
observation in
John.
terms of
I
asking
can just
proper
see her
questions.
saying that.
He'll be glad to look at the note if you want him to.
Thank you. May I continue, Mr. Wood?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Mr. Ramsey, so you're certain that you don't remember anybody in your family using any of the phrases in the ransom note?
I am certain I don't remember ever hearing anyone in my family using any of those phrases.
Now, just briefly, do you know how your children were disciplined if they did something that was against a family rule or any of the wishes of their parents in your family?
Yes.
Could you tell me how they were disciplined?
I disciplined my children by raising my voice.
Do you know how your wife disciplined them?
I think in a similar manner.
Did you personally ever have occasion to spank any of your children?
I did not.
Do you have a philosophy with respect to corporal punishment in child raising?
Yes.
Could you tell me what
I
that
don't
philosophy
believe it's appropriate to strike a child.
Do you know whether or not your wife ever had occasion to spank any of the children?
I have never seen her spank any of our children.
With respect to corporal punishment, do you know if she has any philosophy that she's expressed to you?
I have only seen it demonstrated. We've never talked about philosophy of corporal punishment.
So have you ever discussed how the children should be disciplined?
No.
At no time during their...
Well, at no time have we ever discussed how the children should be disciplined. I'm sure we have.
Do you remember any time?
All of his children to the present date?
The two children that you had with Patricia Ramsey.
You know, I don't. They were good kids.
Oh my God.
I don't remember ever talking about discipline. Didn't seem to be necessary.
Can I take a break just for about 5 minutes at this point? Because I'm going to start going into different areas.
Hold on, I have some thoughts.
Video record at 10:35.
Okay, hold on. He's coming back. But I just want to make a point of something. You look at this picture here. Now, I don't know who the photographer was on this photo, but I do know that the photographer from the pageants was also the photographer that did private sessions for the Ramseys. And this photo and several others, I don't know why no one is talking about this. No one is talking about this. Any parent that thinks this is okay, there's something wrong. This is not normal. And why is she holding her hand up like that? But there's ones where she's like holding onto her mother's belt loop. And to know that a pedo was their freaking photographer, there's something the matter with that. Here's another one that's quite disturbing to me. And I don't know how anybody can defend any of this. You can't defend it. It's just not normal. Like, there's something wrong that you're exploiting your daughter in this way and making her look like a little woman. Like, I'm sorry. Why is no one talking about this? You know, the fact that... here, this is the last one I want to show you guys. Just look at the makeup. And the lacy gloves. It's just not right. It just doesn't feel right. And then you couple all of that with everything we're hearing and lies and their stories not making sense. It just doesn't sit well with me at all. I don't want to demonize any of these people. I don't know them, but I damn sure don't like what I'm seeing, you know? And that's what I'm trying to show you guys, is you have to see behind the persona of these people and their money, because if this was Don and Candace Wells, they wouldn't even been given a second chance, a second, you know, interview where they're even being taken seriously. And it's all because of their money. So you take that out of the equation. If you saw that Don Wells had pictures of Summer Wells like this, and then another one hanging onto his belt loop with all this makeup on and these like, look at her. They're making her look seductive. It's wrong. It's just wrong. And then have her all dolled up singing, "I want to be a cowboy, sweetheart." And this father we're going to trust him in his judgment? No, I don't give a damn who he is. I don't care if he's Ramsay or Wells or whomever. I see this little girl dressed up like this, and I don't trust their judgment. Therefore, I don't trust them. And then she ends up dead in the basement with signs of past SA. I mean, it doesn't take a brain surgeon to put 2 and 2 together. And I suck at math.
We're on the video record at 10:53.
Thank you. Mr. Ramsey, I forgot to ask you a couple of questions before I asked for a break, and they regard any personal observations with respect to your daughter, JonBenet. Do you know if she liked to draw on her hand? Did you ever personally see that?
Not that I recall.
Do you remember whether or not she had drawn anything on her hand that night?
I don't remember seeing anything on her hand.
Were you away a great deal?
He was making
in the year
bead
prior to her death on business and whatever?
He was making bead necklaces. How did he not notice the red heart on the palm of her hand?
Away a great deal on business or whatever. Why don't
Yeah.
you clear that question up? It's
Simply,
pretty sloppy.
did you have a... Mr. Wood?
I object to the form of the question.
All right,
The
fine,
question
but
is
I
vague and
object to the
ambiguous and sloppy.
characterization. No, that is not a proper objection. Sloppy is not an objection to evidence.
Strikes me as a sloppy question. I've asked you to rephrase
No,
it, and
no,
so if you want
please.
to, please do. If you don't, leave it on the table.
Fine.
Let's go.
All right. Mr. Ramsey, how much time would you say you were at home in the year prior to her death, JonBenet Ramsey's death?
Well, I was normally gone Monday through Friday from 8 in the morning till 5 or 6 at night every day. I traveled occasionally. I don't remember specifically that year. I tried to make my trips either one-day trips or 1 or 2 nights out. Typically they were to California, Boston. Twice a year I probably went to Europe, visit our offices there.
So would it be fair to say that you didn't do that much traveling away from home? Is that true? Correct?
I don't remember. I really don't. Certainly more than I would have liked, I'm sure, but I ran the company. I had to be there more often than not.
When Mrs. Ramsey was diagnosed with cancer, do you know what her treatment consisted of?
Her treatment, yes, I do.
In his profile?
I don't remember. It's possible, but I don't remember.
Okay, because I just want you to examine it in conjunction with the statement that you had in your book that I believe the statement is that Douglas described the killer as someone with extreme anger toward John Ramsay, trying to hurt him in the most devastating manner possible. And I'm assuming that, correct, Mr. Ramsay, did you put this statement in the book because you subscribed to that as true?
I can't imagine anyone that I've made angry enough to murder a child. I took that at the opinion of someone who understands the criminal mind better than I do. But I'm not convinced that's correct.
All right. What I'd like you to do is to simply look at the elements on the second page there. And I'd like to ask you if, for instance, in the first element, I believe it's JonBenet's killer may have been suffering from some stress in the weeks and months preceding the crime. See that element in that profile? I'm going to ask you with respect to Patsy. Do you feel that Patsy was under any kind of unusual stress during the Christmas holidays? Your wife, Mrs. Ramsey?
No.
Did at any point during the holidays you observe her as working too hard?
No.
Do you feel that Mrs. Ramsey took too much responsibility on herself?
Oh, I've got some thoughts about this. So I heard somewhere that Patsy was not happy about going to Michigan. I don't think she wanted to pack up her children and have to travel. And I think that there's a possibility that she was pissed off about having to fuck around with that so soon after Christmas. I don't think she wanted to go. Someone correct me if I'm wrong, but I could have sworn I heard that somewhere.
Helping herself and other people?
Well, she was a very giving person, but that's her nature. So I don't feel she took too much on, no.
Right. So you don't believe that she was under any unusual stress during that period?
Absolutely not.
Okay. The second element here is a triggering event, such as a job crisis, a crisis in a personal relationship, may have caused the individual to vent anger. All right, perhaps at a female close to him or to her, though it doesn't say her here, and perhaps at me personally. Now, the question I have, and I'm very sorry to ask you this, and I don't mean any disrespect, was there any stress in your personal relationship with Mrs. Ramsey that you would have observed at this time?
No.
Were you having any marital problems?
Absolutely not.
None. Okay. Okay. Now, with respect to two elements down, he possibly has increased his consumption of alcohol or drugs. Do you have occasion to observe Mrs. Ramsey drink at any point during this period?
During what period?
The Christmas holidays.
Well, we had a church party at our house at one point. We were at the Whites at one point. Patsy is not a heavy drinker. I don't recall an image of her having a drink. She might have had a glass of wine. but I don't.
Did you ever have occasion to see Patsy what you call inebriated at any point in your marriage?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Do you know if Mrs. Ramsey was taking medication at that time, during the Christmas holidays?
Do I know if she was?
Yes.
Not to my knowledge.
Now, the next element is he may have even turned to religion. Was it your observation that Patsy was a particularly religious person?
We both were.
She wore a cross. We both were.
Did there come a time during Mrs. Ramsey's cancer that she expressed to you that she had experienced an extremely intense spiritual religious event?
We had a healing service that was conducted by our priest from St. John's. He prayed an Episcopal prayer that asked God to heal her body. Patsy returned to NIH within a week and took a CAT scan, and the cancer was gone. And we believe that our prayers are answered. Yes.
Do you or Patsy believe in the Holy Spirit?
Yes, I do.
Do you believe that the Holy Spirit is a agent for healing by God?
So
I think the Holy Spirit is part of the Trinity of God, and I don't know that I understand the Holy Spirit's role in healing. No, I don't know that one way or the other.
Are you familiar with Pentecostal religious beliefs that the true purpose of Christianity and Jesus' purpose was a healing ministry, and that the Holy Spirit was involved in that healing ministry?
I'm not familiar with that.
Also, are you familiar with the religious concept of what is known as being in right relation to God?
I don't know of that as a concept. I've heard that phrase.
I was just wondering if you understood what that phrase meant to you.
Do I understand the phrase being in a right relationship with God?
One being in right relation to God.
Well, that would not be how I would describe my relationship with God.
All right, I wanted to know that. The next statement, he may be rigid, nervous, preoccupied in casual conversation. How would you describe your observations of Mrs. Ramsey's conversational, attitude? Do you find her to be rigid or nervous or preoccupied in conversation?
You mean in general?
In general.
No.
During the Christmas holidays leading up to the death of your daughter, did you find her to be in any way rigid, nervous, or preoccupied?
No.
In conversation?
No.
Okay. Well, the next one I think speaks for itself. He may have tried to appear very cooperative with the authorities. Have you tried, to the best of your knowledge, to cooperate with the authorities?
Well, I think we've detailed that pretty accurately. We're very willing to cooperate with them, given that their intentions were to be trusted.
He may have quickly constructed an alibi for his whereabouts the night JonBenet was killed. That brings me to the issue of the next area I want to go into, which is the area of the ransom note, which I'm going to show you page 407, which I showed Mrs. Ramsey yesterday in your book with respect to the ransom note. Would you read that aloud? I had Mrs. Ramsey do it too yesterday.
Number 4, the ransom note. Considered earlier and throughout the book, the note was written by the killer and remains an extremely important clue. An adequate amount of handwriting samples from the killer should conclusively tie him to the long and rambling note.
Do you still believe that statement to be true?
That is my opinion, yes.
Yes, in your opinion?
Yes.
May I ask you if any of your investigators made any attempt to examine, prepare, did any of your investigators prepare handwriting reports with respect to your handwriting and Mrs. Ramsey's handwriting?
I never saw any reports. I don't know what they've prepared.
Do you know if reports have been prepared?
I don't know that for a fact.
For the record, I do think we indicated in response to request for production that there are written reports that are in the possession of Hal Haddon under a belief on his part that they are grand jury materials that he's not allowed to release even to me, present counsel for the Ramseys. So I don't know that John knows that, but I do want to make the record clear that you know that.
Also, just to make the record clear, I don't know what effect, if any, the July 5th ruling by Judge, the Denver federal judge, Wiley Daniel, with respect to third-party testimony and the fact that the grand jury secrecy rule with respect to that was declared unconstitutional, to the extent that that would be the statement of a party, meaning whoever the expert was, his report is in effect statements, whether or not that now would be covered under the Grand Jury Secrecy Act. So for the purposes of this record, I'll indicate that that might now be available to counsel.
I've asked Hal Haddon since that ruling to produce them for me, and he declined.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Ramsey, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to first have the reporter mark this.
Lord, here we go with the exhibits.
Exhibit 16 for identification.
Now we have to sit through his exhibits
I'll show you this.
and him play
Please show
dumb.
it to your client.
Exhibit E, EXHIBITY.
Mr. Ramsey, I'm going to ask you to look at the document that's been marked Plaintiff's Exhibit 16 for identification, and I'm going to ask you if you recognize this document.
Yes, I believe I do.
Could you identify it, please?
Well, it appears to be a copy of the ransom note that we found in our home.
Does it look substantially like the ransom note that you saw that morning?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Now, Mr. Ramsey, I'm going to ask you to once again look at it, and I'm going to ask you if, in looking at it, whether or not you see any similarity between your wife's handwriting and the handwriting in the ransom note, you personally.
Absolutely not.
None at all?
No.
Not even a little bit?
Not even a little bit.
Right. Now, Mr. Ramsey.
Man.
Patsy writes very neatly. She's a feminine writer.
Right.
There's misspellings in the note.
On purpose.
She graduated at the top of her class.
Oh.
She doesn't misspell words like business and possession.
Oh, so he knew. Oh, he knew exactly what words were misspelled. Right off the top of his head, he can't remember shit. But he remembered that business and possession were misspelled right off the top of his head. Oh, make sure you misspell words because you're educated. She doesn't misspell words like business and possession. What was Patsy wearing when you got into bed? I don't know. I don't recall.
Because they didn't know how to spell those words.
With respect to the sloppiness of
Hold on. And she writes neater. Okay, so she misspelled a couple words on purpose and tried to change her writing.
That's been marked Plaintiff's Exhibit 16 for identification, and I'm going to ask you if you recognize this document.
Yes, I believe I do.
Could you identify it, please?
Well, it appears to be a copy of the ransom note that we found in our home.
Does it look substantially like the ransom note that you saw that morning?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Now, Mr. Ramsey, I'm going to ask you to once again look at it, and I'm going to ask you if, in looking at it, whether or not you see any similarity between your wife's handwriting and the handwriting in the ransom note, you personally.
Absolutely not.
None at all?
No.
Not even a little bit?
Not even a little bit.
Right. Now, Mr. Ramsey.
Patsy writes very neatly. She's a feminine writer.
Right.
There's misspellings in the note. She graduated at the top of her class. She doesn't misspell words like business and possession.
Do you think the ransom note writer was trying to disguise their identity?
I've been told that that was the intent, but there are parts of it that where that's broken down. I don't know which parts, but.
Do you think that maybe some of the misspelling may have been an attempt by whoever was writing this note to disguise their identity?
I don't think so, because I think they tried to be very articulate to the best of their ability. And misspellings were because they didn't know how to spell those words.
With respect to the sloppiness of the handwriting, do you think it's possible that the handwriting, the person who wrote this handwriting was trying to make their handwriting look sloppier than normal?
I don't know. It's very sloppy handwriting. I would agree with that.
Now, Mr. Ramsey, do you know were you ever told that Mrs. Ramsey could not be eliminated from any of the handwriting investigation being done by the Colorado Bureau of Investigation? Did anybody ever tell you that?
I was told that it was virtually certain that she did not write the note, but that there were some similarities which exist in all of our handwriting because we've all been taught the same, and that's how we communicate is with the written language in English. But that because of these few similarities, she could not be absolutely eliminated, but it was highly improbable that she wrote the note. And that in fact, there were more dissimilarities in her writing than a number of other people that have been looked at.
Right. Do you know if your handwriting was examined by the law enforcement?
As far as I know, it was.
Do you know whether or not you were eliminated as the author of the note?
I was told that on a scale of 1 to 5, Patsy was placed at a 4.5 in terms of probability. In other words, a very low probability. Mine was a 5.
Hey, Ireland!
But just to go back to the one point that you made, was your understanding that the reason Mrs. Ramsey could not be eliminated was because of what is, I think, called style book similarities? We all go to school, as you say. We are taught to draw to make our letters the same way. Is that the reason?
Let me object to the form of the question only because you've used what I think is meant to be some form of a technical term, style book similarities.
Yes.
I don't think that was a term Mr. Ramsey used. So to the extent you misstated his testimony, I object to the form. If you understand it, John, feel free to answer it.
Well, I don't know what that means. I told you what I was told, and I was told that by our attorneys. I was told that by, I've heard the police make that statement. I've heard the district attorney make that statement. That it's highly improbable that Patsy wrote this note based on their testing and our testing.
You know Dawn's full of shit.
Do you know if she was the only one that law enforcement could not completely eliminate?
No, in fact, I was told that your client had fewer dissimilarities than Patsy had with the note.
Without revealing an attorney-client privilege, do you know who told you that? Was it a law enforcement source or was it your private investigators?
I don't recall. I don't recall.
I
was told that there were other people that were tested that were much more interesting than Patsy in terms of a comparison.
Now, how do you know that?
I was told that. I don't recall by whom. It's
told
general knowledge that I have in my head.
Plus, I wanted to point out,
Wait,
I'm not sure.
he was told that. It's just general knowledge that he has in his head. What? Where is he pulling this out of? Like,
with Mr. Ramsey, Alex Hunter's testimony on that very point, which I think you were aware of when he stated there were a number of people that had not been eliminated that were under suspicion.
I just want to know how Mr. Ramsey, if he remembers how he knows that or whatever with respect to it. Now, Mr. Ramsey, I'm going to ask you to do something that I did yesterday, at least in a few pages here, and that is I'm going to ask you to look at Plaintiff's Exhibit number 1 that was marked for identification yesterday, and I'd like you to look at that document.
Okay.
I'm going to ask you if you recognize,
Thank you so
without
much,
naming
Flo.
anybody, any of the figures in that particular document.
I think I recognize 2.
Okay. Now I'm going to ask you to look at the handwriting beneath the document, and I'm going to ask you if you recognize that handwriting.
I do not.
Could it be your wife's handwriting?
I don't recognize it. It doesn't look like Patsy's writing. It's sloppy. It's irregular. I would not look at that and say that's Patsy's handwriting.
Thank you. Now I'm going to hand you Plaintiff's Exhibit number 2 that was marked for identification yesterday, and I'm going to ask you to please look at that. Now, I'm going to ask you if you can identify, without naming the individuals in those photographs, any of them.
Yes.
Now, I'm going to ask you to look at the handwriting and tell me if you can recognize the handwriting.
I do not.
Could that be your wife's handwriting?
I doubt it very seriously.
Can you tell me why you don't think it's your wife's handwriting?
It doesn't look like her handwriting. It's sloppy. It just doesn't look like her handwriting.
attaché. You better get the money as much as that'll fit in your attaché.
Plaintiff's Exhibit 11 marked for identification, and all I'm going to ask you to do is look at this document and tell me if you've ever seen it before.
Not that I recall.
So would it be fair to say that today is the first time you've ever seen that document?
I think so. I don't remember seeing it. I don't remember seeing it. Let me put it that way.
Okay. Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Ramsey, do you know, have you ever heard the name Sina Wong?
I have heard that name in association with you, yes.
Do you know who Sina Wong is?
I have no idea.
Have you heard the name David Liebman?
It was on that form right there.
Had you ever heard the name or seen the name before this?
Not that I recall.
Are you aware that those names appear in your book?
It's very possible.
So you weren't the person that provided the names in the book, in the manuscript, is that correct?
I don't remember. It's possible. I found that my brain cells have depleted a lot during the last 5 years.
Have you ever heard the name Howard Ryle?
Yes.
Can you tell me who Howard Ryle is?
He is either a handwriting expert or a expert linguistic examiner. I don't remember which.
Do you know the context in which you heard his name?
I think he was someone that our attorneys consulted.
He has no definitive answers on
Examine
anything.
a number of documents that we'd received.
I think.
Do you know if he examined Mrs. Ramsey's handwriting?
I believe that he did, yes.
Do you know if he prepared a written report?
I don't know.
Again, you
Isn't he the one that's writing a book?
No, that's someone
Cunningham?
else.
Okay.
Again, we go back and we have provided you, as his counsel, information that Mr. Ryle and Mr. Cunningham, we are told, did prepare written reports, but they were submitted to the grand jury, and they are again in the possession of Al Haddon. And the question of releasing them from Mr. Haddon, at least, is something that he has not done voluntarily yet. Whether he would do that in response to a request from
They
you,
could
I
have
don't
had
know.
this done in
But they are
half the
written
time
reports
if he
from
wasn't
Mr. Ryle and
lying.
Mr. Cunningham about Mrs. Ramsey.
Have you ever heard the name Floyd Cunningham, Mr. Ramsey?
Yes.
Lloyd.
I'm sorry, is it Floyd?
Lloyd.
Oh, Lloyd.
No,
Lloyd. I'm sorry. I don't know why I thought Floyd. Lloyd Cunningham. Have you ever heard
Yes.
that name? Can you tell me in what context you heard that name?
I think he was someone that was used by our attorneys and investigators to look at handwriting exemplars.
Do you know anything else?
That he's at the top of his field. That's what I remember.
Do you know if Mr. Cunningham prepared a written handwriting report?
I don't know that for a fact.
Again, same observation for
absolutely.
your benefit and benefit of the record.
Yes. I want to make sure that what I'm about to say is accurate. So I have to do just a summation. Mr. Wood will absolutely correct me if I'm wrong in characterizing anything you've said.
Sounds like an invitation.
It is, Mr. Wood, in this particular instance. I want to make sure I'm correct. You have not personally seen the handwriting report, if there was one, by Mr. Ryle. Is that correct?
Hang on a second. Let me just confirm.
Sure,
'cause
sure,
I mean,
please.
I want to make sure we're not touching into an area that might go to attorney-client privilege.
Okay.
Because that report was prepared by former counsel for Mr. Ramsey, or at their request. For
Well, I can remove the offending language as to who prepared it. Prepared for him, I don't know who prepared it for him. I'm not asking that. That this handwriting report by Mr. Ryle was prepared for the Ramseys, irrespective of who prepared it. I'm not trying to identify who prepared it, but that it was prepared by some person for you.
I know of no report that was prepared for us that I saw.
And when you say report, I'm more interested in if you had an opportunity to see any report involving handwriting of either Mrs. Ramsey or yourself by any expert that you or your agents and people that worked for you hired. Did you have an opportunity to see any report?
I don't recall seeing any report.
Do you remember whether or not you had an opportunity to see any other handwriting reports by, say, law enforcement?
I don't recall seeing any reports from law enforcement, no.
Then are you saying that you're relying on the opinion or statements of people that have seen those reports as the basis for your belief that Mrs. Ramsey is not the ransom note writer?
Hold on a second.
Eddie, what have you done for me lately?
I don't know how he's going to differentiate counsel's discussions.
Well,
you want to omit counsel?
You mean our discussions
Well, you say that you're relying, then are you saying that you're relying upon the opinion or statements of people that have seen those reports as the basis for your belief that Mrs. Ramsey is not the ransom note writer?
Well, if
do you understand what he's asking, John?
To put it more,
I'm going to let him answer.
Oh, okay,
Let's go ahead and just let him answer.
No, I do not base my opinion on the reports that I've heard from others. I base my opinion on that I know my wife. I would stake my life on the fact that she did not murder her child. She did not fake all of this nonsense, and she did not write this bizarre note. That's what I stake my belief on, Mr. Hoffman.
So it's not based on anything empirical, such as
The
reports.
empirical information supports that belief, totally.
I'm just wanting to determine whether you're familiar with the empirical information that supports it.
Yes.
I'm trying to distinguish between your belief in your wife, which is understandable, and a belief that comes from actually having looked at forensic evidence that you personally have had an opportunity to view.
But let me just, again, I'm going to object to the form of that question, because at one point you're talking about to determine whether he's familiar with the information, and then you turn it around and make it limited to reports that he's personally had an opportunity to view. I mean, you're omitting the fact that his counsel, present company included, may have fully apprised him of the nature of variety of experts' reports in summary fashion verbally.
Yes.
That would go into attorney-client privilege.
Right, which I'm not trying to go into.
But you can't omit the fact that he may have received that information. I don't think it'd be fair for the record to. I don't want the record to appear that Mr. Ramsey is unaware of what Mr. Ryle, Cunningham, and obviously the information from the Boulder authorities that we know from Mr. Smith and others, in terms of, and Mr. Hunter now and Chief Beckner, what those conclusions, even though he hasn't seen the formal reports.
Right.
Am I making sense here? I just want to make sure the record is doesn't mislead one to think that Mr. Ramsey, because he may have heard that through counsel, is unaware of it. That's my point.
No, and I've answered the questions that I understood were, have I physically seen and read a report?
Right. So I'm now going to ask you one additional question, which may be a bit of a repetition, but I hope we'll clarify it. And you may have already answered it. In light of the fact that you have admitted that you have not physically seen the handwriting reports themselves, but maybe relying on summaries from the people around you, why are you so certain that Mrs. Ramsey is not the ransom note writer?
Because I know my wife. I know how much she loved JonBenet. I know how much she valued life. She valued every day that she lived, and lived every day to its fullest as if it were a gift from God.
Are you aware that there are handwriting experts which are experts on behalf of Chris Wolf that have rendered opinions? You want to stop there?
I just want to make sure he knows that I want to make an objection.
Okay.
Why don't you start again?
All right. Just simply, I just want to know what he knows or doesn't know. I'm not asking him to do anything other than say yes or no to this. Are you aware that there are handwriting experts that are working on behalf of Chris Wolf who have concluded that Patsy Ramsey is, as one of them said, without doubt, the ransom note writer?
I'm going to object to that question, and on several bases. Number one, there has been no finding of qualification of any individual submitted to date by the plaintiff as a handwriting quote-unquote expert, number one. To the contrary, at least 3 or 4 of the individuals that are presently being relied upon, at least we believe, by the plaintiff, have been specifically rejected as legitimate handwriting experts by the Boulder District Attorney's Office and the Boulder Police Department. Third, you are representing, Mr. Hoffman, that one of these individuals is making a statement without doubt Patsy Ramsey wrote the ransom note. And I think that is an unfair statement on your part, because We have, as counsel for defendants, been seeking for several months, at least the last 2 months, to obtain Rule 26 reports from these individuals that you represent to be experts, so that we, according to law, could then depose them, test their qualifications, test their opinions against cross-examination, including cross-examination of standard and fundamental handwriting practices and procedures. So far, for whatever reason, we have not been afforded those reports. We have not been afforded the opportunity to examine those experts to determine what, if any, opinion they may hold and what, if any, credibility that opinion is worth receiving. And I think it's fundamentally unfair to ask Mr. Ramsey a question that presupposes at least one of those experts' opinions and ask him if he's aware of it.
Just all I know is if he's aware.
But the point is, I think it's fundamentally unfair to ask him to do that. Beyond that point, I think it is clearly a question that does not raise a reasonable chance of discovering admissible evidence, because Mr. Ramsey's knowledge of that does not go to any issue of admissibility, whether he knows about.
Skipping that part.
Trust.
Hold on, I'm going to skip that part. Because they argue a little bit, and it's kind of boring.
Adequately and for all time clear, Mrs. Ramsey.
Darnay, out of respect for John, who does have a band concert, I'm not going to engage in trying to go back through and respond to all of that colloquy.
He has a band
Suffice it to say, because you've referenced two individuals, clearly, Barry Scheck has never sought publicity about the Ramsey case. He's never discussed it publicly. He has refused to do so. Don Foster was not rejected by the Boulder District Attorney's Office because he sought publicity. Don Foster was rejected because he concluded, after being hired by Steve Thomas, that Patsy Ramsey was the author of the note, and they thereafter found out that he had, prior to being hired by the Boulder District Attorney's Office, written a 3-page letter to Patsy Ramsey stating unequivocally that he would stake his reputation on her innocence, that she was not the author of the note. So they discovered that Don Foster was, as we say in the business, a liar for hire. There are a lot of liars for hire in our business. You and I can debate after I have been presented with your experts' reports and the opportunity to depose
Liars
them.
for hire, whatever. Okay, here we go. We're gonna watch the crime. We're gonna do a video. Watch a video of the inside the crime scene after the murder. After this.
Please, there are a series of documents here. I'd just like you to look at them all at one time briefly, and I'll ask you about each one.
Hurry up, John.
Having made these statements, that the Ramsey's book will name suspects?
You may answer
at the time.
But what, reported, yes, but in fairness to Mr. Zetterston, I don't believe that that's what he said. If you look at the quote, that may be the headline that somebody decided to give it. But if you look at the quotes, I don't think Ralph Zetterston has said that before. In fact, he said very precisely, it's people who have been mentioned before Zetterston's did.
Yeah.
There will be a couple of others, but not by name.
And that is correct.
And that's his quote. So, I mean, we're not responsible for what some writer decided to put in a headline for whatever reason. But you can answer the question if you were familiar with this article or other articles that claim that that's what Mr. Zetterson was doing.
Actually, I'm going to withdraw my question. I'm going to ask a different question. Were you aware at the time this article was published that there were stories with this sort of headline circulating, that the Ramseys were naming suspects?
Was I aware? I was aware post that being out there. I wasn't aware that that was going to be said or that.
But afterward,
that was interpreted as that.
Did you make any attempt to object to any of the media with respect to this characterization? Did you make any attempt to correct that impression?
What we found in dealing with the media is that it's a massive brute. I don't know how I would begin to correct that kind of thing. The book was an attempt to correct as many of the myths that we knew about.
Mr. Ramsey, I quite agree with the characterization of the media as a massive brute. However, did you at any time ever say in public that one of your intentions in your litigation was to change the way in which the press reported the news in a case like yours?
You could answer that if you want to see the statement, don't you?
No, I'm just saying
Well, I'll
words
tell you
to
what
that effect.
my feeling is, and I've said this a number of times, that we need a law in this country that prevents the police from talking to the media about evidence in an ongoing case. We have bypassed the constitutional provisions that have been put in place to protect people's rights. When the police can disclose evidence to the media for entertainment. It's a law in England. If some of the things that the media had done in this country and that the police had done in Boulder had been done in England, they would be in jail. It's a simple law. I think we need that in our society. So yes, I would love to see that kind of a change, because I think our system is too quick to convict based on hearsay that's broadcast on the media. And that's unfair to any citizen.
I don't know if you're familiar with J. Edgar Hoover, who was the former head of the FBI.
J. Edgar
Or whether or
Hoover.
not you were aware that J. Edgar Hoover used to tell his agents that if you cannot solve a case, if you're having a hard time solving a case, give it to the press, because people are more likely to come forward and talk to a reporter than they are to a law enforcement agent, and that might be the reason why some law enforcement agents, in fact, have this policy of giving information to the media. I just wanted to know if you were aware of
Well,
that.
Do you have
I'm
any
talking
source for
about
that statement to J. Edgar Hoover? I mean, you know,
I don't have it that I can produce.
We
I'm
could
just
say that J.
responding.
Edgar Hoover could speak for himself, but you know, you're putting in his
or herself,
it'd be kinda
whichever
difficult
case
to-
it may be.
himself
He's
or
not
herself.
somebody that I would like quote as a
Well, I mean,
libertarian or a humanitarian or an ACLU advocate.
I'm going to let Mr. Ramsey answer, but we're getting far afield again, I'm afraid. But go ahead.
I can tell you, from my opinion, some of the best investigative work has been done by journalists in this case. But that's different than disclosing evidence or opinions on evidence to the media prior to a trial.
Now, you
That's
say-
what I'm talking about, evidence. I'm not talking about the fact that someone was murdered or accosted or raped and it was in this location and this is the description of the person we're looking for. I'm talking about, we know for a fact that there was a deliberate and thought out effort on the behalf of the police at the direction of the FBI to publicly assassinate our character and discredit us and bring massive pressure on Patsy and I in hopes that one of us would confess or break and turn the other one in. That is bypassing all of the rights that have been established in our Constitution to protect every citizen. And that's wrong.
That brings me to my next question, which is, could you just express briefly your opinions of tabloid magazines such as Globe, The Inquirer, The Examiner, The Star?
He sued the Globe.
I have said before, and I still believe they are a cancer in our society.
All right, which brings me to the next question, which I asked Mrs. Ramsey yesterday, and I'm going to ask you. Did you at any time agree to give an interview with The Inquirer, this cancer on society?
Yes.
May I ask you why you agreed to do that?
It was part of a settlement agreement on behalf of some suits that we had filed against these people. and I cannot disclose per the agreement any more than that. And we were willing to confront our most ridiculous accusers.
Let's see. I just want to ask you to, I'm going to ask the court reporter to mark this plaintiff's exhibit 18, I believe that's 19. And I'll show that to Mr. Ramsey. And Mr. Ramsey, I'm going to ask you if the document I've just shown you, which is marked Plaintiff's Exhibit 19 for, what's the incantation, for identification, is substantially correct in its reporting with respect to its headline?
No, it is not.
Okay. In what respects is it incorrect?
We did not turn to the work of a psychic. A picture was forwarded to us that was done by Dorothy Allison, who I believe is a psychic, by someone. I think she'd done it on a television program. We forwarded it to our investigators as a matter of procedure. We did that with everything we got in the mail, and we got a lot of stuff. And I believe they chose to put it on their website to stir up activity. And they did receive a number of leads and calls based on that.
Were those leads and calls useful to your investigation?
I don't know.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you, unfortunately, for some reason I ran out without making a second copy, so I'm going to ask the reporter to mark this as Plaintiff's Exhibit number 20 for identification, and then I'll just show it to you after he's marked it.
Okay.
Mr. Ramsey, I'm going to ask you if you can identify what appears in that document.
I can identify most of the pictures of JonBenet. Some of them are, one of them is very fuzzy, but I just assume that's the picture that was on the website.
Do you know if that is in fact a picture of your website that you're looking at?
I don't know that for a fact, no. I've not seen this image.
Do you know if the image of the man who's at the lower part of it, do you know if that image ever appeared on your website?
This is the first I've seen it. I don't usually look at that website.
Do you know if the man in question in that photo was in fact a suspect to your personal knowledge?
I don't know.
Was that man meant to be Chris Wolf?
Not to my knowledge.
Just so the record's clear, that's the drawing of the psyche that you were earlier referring to.
Is it? I don't know. I was asking Mr. Ramsey what he did or didn't know.
Well, just so that the record is not confused here, Mr. Ramsey indicated to you that the psychic's drawing was sent to the Ramseys, that it was reviewed by the Ramsey investigators, and that the investigators put it up on the website. I think he said their website. This website was utilized by the Ramsey investigators.
All right. I just asked Mr. Ramsey if he could identify it, if he'd ever seen those pictures, and whatever else. That's all I just want to know.
That's a different question that I was asked. Have I ever seen this drawing? Yes, I have.
You have?
Yes.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you know what in context it
That
was?
was it appears to be as best I can tell from the copy, the drawing that was sent to us, that was made by Dorothy Allison.
Have you ever seen a picture of Chris Wolf?
Yes.
In your opinion, does Chris Wolf look anything like the picture there?
I wouldn't draw that conclusion, no.
Okay. Now, I have one last question. Just simply, it's a point that involves something I just want to be clear about. And I'm going to let you read this. It's and the reason I'm not reading it out loud is that it's part of the Boulder Police interview, which has been marked confidential. I don't want to have something read into the record that would in any way mean we suddenly have to mark this confidential if for some reason we don't want to have today's deposition marked confidential. So for the purposes of this question, I'm just going to ask you to read to yourself the highlighted portions. And in fact, I'm not going to even attach this as an exhibit. I'm just going to simply use this as a recollection refreshed. If you look at that, I'm just going to ask you one question with respect to it. And Mr. Lynn, it's at the very end. It regards I think the butler door or whatever it is.
Well, let me just say this to you.
Yeah.
This is a couple of pages from, it looks like Patsy Ramsey's April
the front, I put the
interview,
cover.
6-hour interview. I don't have any problems. You can read it. You can put it into the
I
record.
would just prefer.
I don't have any problems with that being made part of the record officially. Put it out there. We'd like to see the whole police investigative file made public so that people would know the truth about this case.
I would prefer, since this has been stamped confidential.
I'm the one that stamped it confidential in other litigation several months ago, if not last year, for reasons different than the issue of confidentiality. In this case, I am waiving any claim to confidentiality. Put that into the record. I have no problems with you doing so.
Well, I'm not for.
You can put the whole April 1997 transcript of both of their interviews into the record. I have no problems with you doing so.
I'm not going to do that.
I have no problems with it.
Thank you very much.
Let the truth come out.
I agree with you. This question involves you know where the butler kitchen was?
Well,
in your house?
Yes, I know what we call the butler
kitchen.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember opening the door to the butler kitchen at any time in the morning while you were looking through the house for JonBenet?
No.
And so, is it that you have no memory of it, or that you just didn't do it?
I did not open it.
So it wasn't opened by you?
No.
Thank you very much. This is going to conclude my deposition of...
Okay, so this last part is... Yeah, I'm not going to play that. Okay, so we're going to take a look at the crime scene. I have not seen this, so I'm watching this for the first time with you guys. This is inside the house. I mean, I've seen bits and pieces, I think. I'm going to actually, you know what? I'm going to mute. This is moving way too fast for my liking. We got to slow it down just a little bit here. because I don't know what I'm looking at. Okay, let's go back. Bye, Mike. Good night, Mike. Yeah, let me get the pics off. Sorry about that.
Is that a joint? Or is it a cigar?
Love is a 4-letter word. Welcome to the lounge. Make sure you check out your perks and get the Discord link. You can join the Discord. I wonder what time they took this video. Like at what point in that day? Was it that same day? Cool $7,000. Just sitting there. Just sitting there. $7,000 from Jay Alowski, whoever that is. Thank you for subscribing, Smokey. Is this where the notepad came from? This is kind of eerie. There's an attaché. Is that an attaché? That's where the note was on these stairs. I would think it would be pretty creepy to live there. Like if I lived there and I saw this crime scene tape, like I'd always see the crime scene tape. I don't know if I could live there. Do you guys think you could live in this house? Thank you for guiding us through Unsolved. Appreciate that. Unsolved is giving us a guided tour via pinned comments. Thank you, Unsolved. Oh, we'll look it up afterwards, Miss Isaacs. When this is over, we'll look at what it looks like now. This is the longest live ever. Why is everything in such disarray? Is that how her room just was? I mean, they had a housekeeper? God, those crowns. I can't. Why are her trophies on, like, knocked over? Why does her room look like it's in disarray? Like, what the fuck happened in there? They filled it in with... Did they really? They filled it with concrete? But why? They never went back. Why would they do that? That's kind of weird. Why, if they're never going back to the house, why would they fill the room with concrete? So no one can ever go back in there to get any evidence? I mean, that's kind of weird. I could see if they were going to live there. Evangelist daughter. Does he know their pastor? And how do you do that anyways? Kendi. I could see maybe like boarding it off and maybe putting a wall there. I don't think the room can be filled. Okay, Okay, they're pointing out some stuff to us here, guys. Pants. Like someone peed. What was hanging out of that drawer? The nylon cord? Is that a pull-up in there? A used pull-up? I wish it was clearer footage. 7 million? Holy smokes. Candy. Poor baby. No one came up in that house and nabbed her. No way. Is that a closet? What a disaster. I can't believe how messy their house was. It's so weird to think about that this was the last things that JonBenet saw. You know? It's sad. And she'd be 33. 33 years old. When did they make these gingerbread houses? And look at, there's 2 cups. There's the pineapple. It's okay, educated. We can disagree. That's what makes the world go round. Yeah, she probably did. What's up, Lacey? Aw. Look at that cross is shining. Oh, wow. Hi, Linda Farley. Welcome to the chat. You knew Patsy from high school? Were you guys friends? Now we're going to the basement. I want to give credit too to Crim. This is Crim's video. They did a great job on this. There is no way an intruder would have even found their way through this damn mess of a maze. I mean, this is absolutely ridiculous. Thank you for answering, Linda. Linda said Patsy was always outgoing and sounds as though JonBenet was always on the go, probably with Patsy. So she was big into like pageants when you guys were in high school and stuff? I mean, was she always made up with makeup and stuff, or did she ever just look like casual? Don't you think that a neighbor would have heard the window break, though? They're going into all these little rooms they have. I mean, you got to remember it's an older house, so they had a lot more rooms. They weren't as open, these houses, like they are now. But this is the basement. There's shit everywhere. There's no way someone would be able to walk around here in the dark. There's no fucking way. He said he may have broken it. That's what I heard him say in the interview. That he may have broken it. He couldn't recall. You think you'd remember having to break your own window. And then especially if you don't fix it afterwards. What if they had a scuffle? What if the freaking husband and wife had a scuffle? How do we know? Kind of crazy to think what goes on behind closed doors sometimes. Oh, with the flashlight, dude. So you literally have to go through all these, like go through one room, go through another room to get to the room she was in. That's not what he said in his interview. He said that he couldn't recall if he broke it months earlier. His own words, we just listened to it tonight. Came out of his mouth. Who had a Dr. Pepper, I wonder? This is the room she's found in. See the suitcase? If someone's going to climb on that, why wouldn't they put it parallel with the wall? Who's going to stand on a suitcase? You're going to fall on your ass. So this is the room she was in here? Yeah, that's bullshit. I don't believe that story. He said in his own words tonight. We played it tonight. He said he couldn't recall if he broke it. He noticed it was broken and he told Fleet White. But he said, I can't recall if I broke it months before or not. His own words. Unless your next one is that's a deep fake or something. Because he said it. Yeah, and you're not going to stand on a suitcase that's turned that way. You're going to fall on your ass. And why would the intruder come all the way back downstairs to leave? Why wouldn't they take one of the exits that are upstairs and just take her out? Why would an intruder take her all the way back down to the basement and try to get out this little window with her? That doesn't make sense. Sorry. I'm sorry, I can't buy it.
She said, we came home, we planted flowers on the side of the house.
That's just kind of how I feel about this scene right here. It's not realistic. Like, you're going to stay in this house to write this 3-page note, and then you're going to go downstairs to try to put her back through this window that you could barely get in the first place, and balance your ass on a suitcase that's turned sideways that has John's son's semen inside it. Blit. Yeah, there's cobwebs. Look. Ain't nobody going through that window. Oh my God. Come on, people. You can't ignore what's in front of us. Sad. Sad state of affairs. Look at the cobwebs. Yeah, it's too much of a mess to even navigate. It's not even realistic. I mean, this insults my intelligence, if you want to know the truth. I feel like them expecting us to believe that narrative is insulting my intelligence at this point. No, they didn't climb through it, but it hasn't been touched. It has cobwebs on it. It wasn't just broken. That's the whole point. You can roll your eyes all you want. That's not a freshly broken window. Not even 4 months ago. Not even close, bud. Not even close, bud. Yeah, that's exactly what I just said. Right, so make it make sense. It's not fitting your narrative, one solved. That shit ain't fitting your narrative. That ain't 4 months. That's more like 14 years of shit. For sure. That is not 4 months. of cobwebs in this area here. Sorry. There's the window. There's a giant cobweb right there in that big window. Unsolved, I think you're being a troll at this point because you're seeing it, right? You're seeing it and you're still denying it. That's weird. How can there be a big, huge cobweb if an adult crawled through there? There's the suitcase that has John Andrews' semen inside it. Look. Too big to fail. What's up? An intruder had to freaking... It's a Ramsay maze. There's no freaking way anybody saw their way through this mess. They would have been tripping and falling, and they would have been caught before they even reached the fucking stairs. I think so too, Be Well. I don't think she was sleeping in the car. I think that something happened and possibly Patsy, like, he did the toy with Burke maybe to distract Burke and then got him to bed, and then they had to figure out something. I don't know. This isn't making any sense. None. Zilch. Paintbrush. There's all that pineapple. And that
ransom note.
That concludes our watch along tonight. Let me come back on camera. I just want to say goodnight to you guys. Thank you for watching tonight. My mind has not changed how I felt before. There's no one that made their way through that mess, I don't think. There was no animals. Tiny, minuscule cobweb. Yeah, it just doesn't make sense. No one's messing with a grate outside. No one's going through all that trouble. And then, like, it doesn't even make sense. Okay, let's say somebody did move the grate. Let's say somebody did go through that window. And let's say somebody did go up and snatch JonBenet out of her bed. And let's just say they wanted to take her. Why would they go all the way back down to the basement and try to squeeze her out that window, keeping her quiet nonetheless, right? They would have to keep her quiet, get her ass through the window, get themselves up on this suitcase, and somehow keep her in their grip, all while keeping her quiet. But they decide that's too much, so they just murder her in the basement and then write a 3-page ransom and risk getting caught again, getting caught being there longer, and then risk going to the back steps that Patsy always comes down every morning. She comes down those spiral staircase. So they just happen to sneak in, go to where she comes downstairs, and leave the note there. There is no way on God's green earth. No way. No way. If the neighbor can hear a scream, you're telling me Burke, Patsy, or John didn't hear a scream? Good night, Patty. I mean, that just doesn't make sense. I mean, people who snatch kids, they find an opportunity to snatch them. They don't go hanging out in your house, like chilling, eating some pineapple, writing the ransom note. I mean, come on, let's be for real. You gotta be for real. That doesn't even, it defies logic. It defies all logic. Let's see the end of this poll. Do you think JonBenet's murder will ever be solved? And it looks like most of you don't think it will. And unfortunately, Neither do I. And why was her room so far away? It's just all, none of it adds up. Yeah, how could you navigate through that in the dark? In the dark, Dr. Melmo. Dr. Melmo. Well, I want to thank everybody for tuning in. I really appreciate your opinions. And I just want to say, if, you know, you disagree, no hard feelings. I do love everybody's opinions. But sometimes when things are just so obvious, it's maddening to see people ignore certain facts that really don't add up. It's like I really respect you, One Solved, and Eddie. Where'd Eddie go?
Eddie!
I really appreciate you coming in and talking. However, when you ignore like certain facts that are like in your face, it makes me wonder why you're so skewed in your way of thinking. And I wish that you'd be a little more open-minded, because it's quite frightening watching it now, all these years later, and I see it through a different lens than I ever did before. And I'm quite convinced that there's no intruder involved in this. I don't know if one of their friends, or I don't know. I think they know what happened to their little girl, and I think it's extremely sad. And you're welcome. An 8-inch laceration on her head. Right. She had a laceration like the whole length of her skull. The whole length of her skull. That's brutal. That's not just, oh, my brother got mad at me. I don't think Burke had anything to do with this. I don't think a little 9-year-old is gonna hurt her is gonna be able to hurt her that bad. And then who takes a garrote to cover up a murder? You don't. You don't do that. You're not going to take a head injury and then say, oh, hey, I'm going to garrote her and make it look like some sicko garroted her. Who even thinks that way? The unknown male DNA came from the undies that were brand new undies out of the package. The other undies that were brand new also tested for unknown DNA. In the factory, if you don't wash your undies, people touch them. So that DNA could belong to someone in like Vietnam or China or wherever the fuck the Hanes undies were made. That could be someone in the factory, and they'll never find that person. And it has nothing to do with the murder. So you can't just go off the DNA. Look at all the red flags. The DNA is probably never going to match to anybody, because they probably aren't even in this country. Thank you, True Crime and Other Stuff. Hope you had a good Christmas. Denny Hanks. It has to be someone familiar with the house. I agree. The actual cause of death was asphyxiation, yes. But they also said that the duct tape on her mouth there was no movement from her lips. It was static. So they think the duct tape was put on her mouth actually after she was already deceased. No, it wasn't semen. No, that's false. That's rumor. That came back. It was not semen. It's just trace DNA. And other undies that were tested had DNA in them as well. Jasper said there is a DNA in doubt video on YouTube that explains this isn't a DNA case. Thank you, Jasper. Okay, it's consistent because it's a Caucasian male. Yikes. So she has Caucasian male DNA under her fingernails and Caucasian male DNA in her undies, and that's consistent with each other? That doesn't mean it's the same person at all. There's billions of Caucasian males. Billions, and some of them live overseas. That's what I'm wondering, Dr. Melma. How is she kept so quiet? What if she was deceased prior to being home? There is a person that battles my comments. Name is Beth R. Someone says it is Burke. Needs to use, I think. Yeah, I mean, it's all speculation. We don't know who did it. We can speculate. But I think definitely the parents know. It's just, none of it makes sense. So the things that bother me, just to sum it up, the things that bother me are when they were at the Whites, that John, Fleet, Daphne, and JonBenet were upstairs playing with beads. And that was the highlight of his evening. He's at a Christmas party, and that was the highlight of his evening, was being upstairs with Fleet and Daphne in Daphne's room. JonBenet has size 12 undies on. And I don't know where the undies came from because she's not a 12, right? So who knows? I guess they came from a store and they were brand new. Anyways, so we have that, which doesn't make sense. And then we have them dropping off 2 gifts at the Steiners and the Walkers on the way home. And she was just asleep. But he doesn't remember what point she fell asleep. It's like, was she asleep when you were at the Walkers? Was she asleep when you were at the Steins? I mean, that we could maybe narrow it down a little bit. So I don't know. Did she hit her head at the Steins? Did something happen at the Walker or at the Whites? Whatever the hell their name is. Did she hit her head or did something happen there? Because it was like a closed head injury, right? There was no blood on her head and her hair. The flashlight had no fingerprints, not even on the batteries. Three unknown DNAs. It is known to be a combo of 3 people. Thank you, Annie Ruler. One solved. You are really, really trying to sway people, and it's really concerning to me. It reminds me a lot of Jar's behavior on Twitter, and I noticed that he doesn't have his Twitter going anymore. So you're kind of reminding me of him right now. Too much. You're talking too much, and you're trying to sway people with misinformation too much. Oh, that skull fracture was awful. I mean, this little girl was brutalized. You guys can go look at the autopsy photos or the crime scene photos. I'm not going to show them. I put a couple pictures in Discord yesterday or the day before, but you guys can Google those and look for themselves. Yeah, he sued CBS because they said he did it. Well, he can track down a screen name in here. That flashlight also went missing for nearly a year in the BPD's evidence room. Okay. So an intruder made that gash, wrote a note, bathed her before leaving her dead. Yeah, I don't think there was blood in her hair. You guys can go check out the photos. I'm going to get off here now. I'm trying to think, what do we got going on this week? Tomorrow we have a premiere of more album cover art and some crazy album cover art. And then Friday. So I'm going to probably have my grand for a few days. So our schedule might be a little wonky this week. But definitely on New Year's Eve, I will be live. I believe I said it for 8 o'clock. We're going to be talking about Simpsons predictions for 2024 and just having a little chat on New Year's Eve. So let me know. You guys continue this conversation into the comment section. Replayers, chime in. I know everybody's going to want to get their 2 cents in. I don't know everything about this case, but the basics aren't sitting well with me. So super duper mega VPN tracker. All right, good night, guys. I'll see you guys in the next one. Let's roll our credits and then dance it out.
Where do you think you're going? Nobody's leaving. Nobody's walking out on this fun, old-fashioned family Christmas. No, we're all in this together.
be sure to check out my other videos and playlists for more true crime content. And if that's not enough, you can join our Patreon. Don't have a tinfoil hat? It's okay. We'll make you one. It's that easy. See you guys in the next video.
See you later. Bye.
I don't give a damn. I don't really care about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. You talk way too much. I have heard enough about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn. Damn, damn. I don't give a damn. Damn, damn. I don't give a damn. Damn, damn. I don't give a damn. You wanna be with me. You wanna feel something real, but I'm feeling differently. You're making plans to get to friends, but don't wanna face the fact that I ain't got time, I ain't got time, I ain't got time for that. Hey, bro, I ain't finished. I ain't finished my sentence. Buy new shoes, hanging by the pool, sipping on Coke and Jack. Calling my phone when you feel alone, but I'll never call you back.
Thanks so much, Jennifer.
Bye, Jennifer. I didn't want to see you again for the rest of my whole life, and I didn't want to see anybody else either.